Good morning, everybody. If everybody would find their way to their seat, that would be great. We're on a tight timeline this morning. We have echo. I don't think people want to hear me twice. David. So while people are still getting their coffee, finding your seat, I'm going to go ahead and just, I want to welcome everybody today to the 4th Annual Water Summit. Fifth? Well, I lost a year at COVID, maybe, 5th annual. We have a number of regional decision makers here, and I think that speaks highly to the content that we try to bring you each year so that we stay fresh on what's happening with our water, what's new research in the area, and even some new perspectives on climate and energy and water storage and things like that. So we have quite a lineup for you today. We're really proud to bring that to you. I just wanted the elected officials in the room because what we try to do with the Water Summit is educate. And through education, we also can hopefully affect policy. We do this at the local level and also at the state level. But would all the elected officials just stand up, please, and look around the room and just give them a round of applause for being here. We have a number of commissioners, city council. We also have Jeff Hurd, who is running for CD3 here, ambling in the crowd. There he is. So I would be remiss to not thank the team that helps me put this together, and they're going to go, shucks, golly darn, but you know, it's not a small feat to put this together, but when you have a team with Erica and Katie Jurgensen and Drew, our sound folks, you know, they have an amazing ability to anticipate my every need without even me saying anything. So we've done this 5 years in a row now, so we kind of have it dialed into a really a nice sequence. But you just can't put on something this large. We have about 360 people that have registered and signed up and will be coming in and out during the day. That's why you have to be in here like you're a rodeo star. We outgrew meeting number 4, so now this is where we'll be from here on going forward. So we've selected speakers today that are going to talk to you about climate and drought and the intersection of forest and water and also water storage. Try to find areas that we think that we're struggling with right now, that we're challenged with, and that we can also inform you so that you can make good decisions. You know, Montrose County has resources for you. We put a website on the website westslopewater.com, westslopewaterinfo.com, where new residents can find out where their irrigation comes from, who is their irrigation provider, the ins and outs of irrigation, information about the water users. And so we try to help new residents and people that have lived here a long time but are unfamiliar understand why this is such a hot topic and why we talk about it all the time. So please avail yourself to those resources. We have some things at the table here that you can take with you, and we encourage you to do so. We also are embarking on our new master plan. We haven't done a master plan in Montrose County since 2010. We're a very different county than we were. And so on November 15th, there's going to be an open house on the master plan. We encourage all of you to be, well, maybe not all of you, but anybody who's interested in commenting or interested in the growth of your county to join us and let us know what you want, what you don't want, what you think is a wise thing. You know, we all don't have all the answers, but when we collectively come together, we have a lot of knowledge in the room and we can make better decisions. So please check that out on our website. We'd love to have you there. So also Club 20, who is a tireless advocate for the West Slope and water and forest and transportation and all the traditional things that we struggle with on the Western Slope, is here. So I would encourage you to connect with them, become a member of Club 20. It's only $100 a year to be so, and weigh in on the policy that we take forward to the state level and the federal level on what we need here in the Western Slope. We're unique. We're not like urban Denver, we're not like the rest of Colorado, and we have different needs than other areas of the state. So please weigh in. I mean, it doesn't do any good to sit at your kitchen table and gripe about things. We need you to be at the real table and putting your opinions forward. So, you know, One of the things that I think is important to understand is that this county or this valley has been fighting for a long time for water. It started out with the Gunnison Tunnel project. We had to fight to get people to realize how important that would be to the settlers in this area. Some of you know about the Mighty Mouse and the Act of Defiance when Dallas Creek Water Project was going to be canceled by the federal government under President Carter. And a small group of people from Montrose, Colorado pulled together to fight the federal government so that we would be able to get the Ridgeway projects, which really sustains the growth in this area and really is a vital piece of our history. And now we're fighting for the equal representation for the the distribution of the Colorado River water between the Front Range and the Lower Basin. Trust me, it's going to be a fight. And just as symbolic, and if you've come to the Water Summit before, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. And not for sharing. And I want you to know no taxpayer money went into the purchase of that bourbon. But you know, I use the term fighting, and sometimes fighting is a little bit more aggressive than I'd like to even put forth. But for sure, advocating. And nobody has advocated better for us on the Western Slope and for Colorado River water than Andy Mueller. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here in person, but he is here virtually. But he has been the champion for West Slope water, protecting ag interests, and really being our advocate. So I think we're queued up and ready to hear from Andy. So let's take just a short message, and then I'll introduce, well, I guess I'm done. All right. And thank you for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause.
I'm Andy Mueller, the General Manager here at the Colorado River District. I want to thank Sue Hansen and the committee for putting this on, and I want to thank you for being here today. I apologize that I'm not. I had to attend the Colorado River Drought Task Force meeting, an all-day meeting here in Glenwood Springs today. But I really want to tell you how much I value this Montrose Water Summit and your engagement. You're one of the most engaged and committed communities that I deal with on the Western Slope of Colorado. I really appreciate that because it's essential for the protection of West Slope, which, by the way, is what we do here at the Colorado River District. We were formed 85 years ago to do exactly that. And I think we need to talk about how we protect water here and how we make sure that we work together as Western Slopers to protect our water. So what are the challenges that we're facing right now? You've heard me talk in years past, if you were here, about rising temperatures and declining flows of the river. Well, it's not getting any better. Yes, 2023 was a relatively wet year in the scope of the last 23 years. It wasn't an exceptional year, however. I want to be really clear about that. We have a serious two-pronged problem here in the Colorado River. We have rising temperatures that are caused by climate change, and we have an increasing population. That rising temperature issue is important from my perspective because it causes a decrease in the flow of the rivers. It's been documented by peer-reviewed science and absolutely straight on one of the most important issues we're facing. So on that issue, I'm just going to say right up front, I know that many of you sitting here today may not be true believers in the science behind climate change. In fact, there are a lot of opinions out there that would lead us to believe that climate change is not actually impacting the Colorado River. I want to say that I disagree. We at the Colorado River District disagree. The peer-reviewed science is really clear. We have human-caused climate change caused by all of us who burn fossil fuels, are burning fossil fuels, and the corresponding threat to us is that decrease in water security. Water security is essential for Montrose County and the surrounding counties to thrive. Without having a secure supply of water, we don't have a future in Western Colorado. So we have to acknowledge and look at the root causes and understand them. A lot of folks will say, that it's not, that this rising temperatures that we've seen over the last 40, 50, 100 years are not related to human activity. I think the science, again, the peer-reviewed science is clear. So when other people espouse opinions about these facts, I want you to ask them about their peer-reviewed science that backs them up. Are they citing good science or are they citing their own opinions? Really important stuff to look at. And I just want you to understand that we're looking at this from a position that we have an obligation to help protect your water security. And that's what's most important to us, is protecting the future of Montrose and all of the other communities in Western Colorado. So the other issue we're facing, population growth, right? On the Front Range, even on the West Slope, and certainly in the lower basin, right? We just see these exploding megalopolises requiring more and more water, right? And what do? They look at agriculture as some endless reservoir for their growth. It's frustrating for us, it's frustrating for you. We need a strong, unified voice to make sure that the water is not taken from agriculture and moved to these cities. Doesn't mean that we don't need to be good stewards of our water resources and conserve water where we can and ensure our own economic productivity in Western Colorado. But we don't need to feed the lower basin's tendency for overuse. And we also need to be very vigilant with state laws and initiatives that are going on within our own state to move water or reallocate water resources. So let's talk about what we're doing today in the state of Colorado and on the Western Slope. Well, luckily, we have a very strong bipartisan delegation of legislators from the Western Slope. Mark Catlin, Julie McCluskey, Dylan Roberts, Senator Will, right? We have a fantastic group of people, Senator Barbara McLaughlin, who came together to lead this last legislature in the fight against any state-controlled program designed to dry up the Western Slope. What did they come up with? Well, they came up with the Colorado River Drought Task Force. That's what I'm doing today. And while sometimes those meetings are long and frustrating, it's really important work, because what we need to do is help our legislators shape state policy and state law to protect all users of the Colorado River, including Western Slope agriculture and our cities here in Western Colorado. Together, if we stay together, if we speak with one voice, we can do it. Your local representative is Darius Jutton from the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Board. I'm happy to talk to anybody who's interested. Please give me a call and send me an email. Happy to talk with you about what we're up to. The other thing that we're doing at the Colorado River District is very much thanks to you and the other taxpayers in the Western Colorado. That's our community funding partnership. It's funded with a tax increase that 72% of you voted in favor of back in 2020. We've taken those taxpayer dollars from you and implemented a district-wide program that has leveraged over $70 million of out of district funding into the district to help us with water projects in agriculture, in urban use, and in industrial use that all help us adapt to this tightening water situation, right? And hopefully will help ensure the thriving communities that we need, right? One example just up the road from here, or up the river, if you will, is the Project 7 drought resiliency effort, right? And that's a new water treatment plant just to the north of the Ridgeway Reservoir, just downriver, right? What that's doing is creating a redundant water supply should anything ever happen to the Gunnison Tunnel or the watershed where the Gunnison River watershed. This community, as well as all of the surrounding communities, would have a redundant and drinkable supply of water. Something that we desperately need to make sure our communities have during this time of rising temperatures and wildfires and other calamities. So again, an example of how when we work together, we thrive. So I just ask you again for your continued support, continued commitment to water security, and I wish I was there to enjoy the rest of the program with you today. Look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Well, he'll be missed. We really enjoy Andy and his advocacy. But do we want lights? Can you see me? Stay tuned. So let me go ahead and get started. I can work in the dark. I've worked in the dark before. You know, our initial speaker here is, I'm going to admit to you, I'm a bit of a groupie. And If you haven't subscribed to his Substack series online, I'm encouraging you to. Something informative every single day about climate, about energy, about politics, about what's going on in the world in his realm. And I think it's very valuable to me. I find myself, even though it's online, I keep printing things off and stacking them up in my office to reference so when people start discussing climate and energy and all sorts of things, that we make sure that we rely on the science behind it. But Roger Pilkey Jr. has been on the faculty of the University of Colorado of Boulder since 2001, a long time ago. He doesn't look like he would have been that old, so we must have started early. He teaches and writes on a diverse range of policy and governance issues related to science, technology, environment, energy, climate, innovation, and sports. At Colorado, Roger is a professor in the College of Arts and Sciences and holds degrees in mathematics, public policy, and political science, all from the University of Colorado at Boulder. He oversees the Substack series that's called The Honest Broker, and I brought my book. You can also order this, The Honest Broker, where you can learn everything you always wanted to know about policy and energy and making sense of it, which it doesn't seem to make much sense today, so it's really nice to have something like this. Roger's frequently called upon by governments, businesses, universities, and sports governance organizations around the world to speak and to advise on policy. So you can read more about his bio. He is a distinguished professor. He's going to tell you a little bit more about his journey and his story, but please help me welcome Roger Pilkey Jr. to the stage. Do you want to hold, or do you? Perfect.
Thanks, Sue. Boy, that was so generous. There's nowhere to go but down from here. All right, well, if you notice in the program, it says I was going to talk about 5 important things, and you see the number 7 up there. It's a lot of inflation this year, so. And let me just point out, I grew up in Fort Collins, Colorado, and as Sue said, I'm really lucky. I get to give talks all around the world to all sorts of people, but there's nothing better than giving a talk to people in my home state. That's Boulder. That's not the view from my office, but it should be. All right, just a little bit about me so you know who you're hearing from. I've been a professor for a long time at CU Boulder. I was at the National Center for Atmospheric Research before that. My work is at the intersection of where science meets politics. And when I started doing this 30 years ago, it was boring, nerdy, and now the intersection of science and politics is a hot topic, whether it's COVID or climate or energy or water. Andy Mueller, in that great introduction, said when you hear from a speaker, ask about their peer-reviewed research. You can ask about my peer-reviewed research. One thing I want to emphasize in my remarks today, and I'm going to go fast, professor with a PowerPoint, 2 cups of coffee, I mean, the work that I do is mainstream, consensus, peer-reviewed science. And I'm going to cite science from leading assessments, U.S. National Climate Assessment, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. What I'm going to present to you today is the science that's out there, that's consensus, that's true, that is hard to get to because of this overlay of this very politicized narrative on climate and energy. I'm sorry to say, but if you get your news about energy and climate from the legacy media or from your favorite politician on the left, on the right, you're likely not to be getting the straight story. So that's the preface to my remarks. So, all right, sit up, have a sip of your coffee, here we go. All right, first thing, as Andy Mueller said, the emissions of carbon dioxide from the burning of fossil fuels is indeed changing the climate. People like to argue about wiggles and temperature trends and things like that. I'm lucky I got to grow up in the household of a world-leading atmospheric scientist, Roger Pilkey Sr. He was a state climatologist for Colorado in the 1980s, professor at CSU. And he's always taught me that the place to look for the signal of human-caused climate change is the oceans. And if you take a look at the oceans, you can see this red triangle here. That's accumulation of heat. Now, there's plenty of legitimate arguments to make about, well, what are the consequences of us changing the energy balance of the Earth system? It could be benign going forward, or it could be catastrophic. probably somewhere in between. From my perspective, we spend more wasted time arguing about climate change when we should be talking about things like, you heard at the beginning, water security, energy security. How do we make our future robust to all the uncertainties that we have? So that's my starting point. That's number one. All right, number two, the world has committed to what's called deep decarbonization. The world wants to get off of fossil fuels. And I want to spend a few minutes talking about what that entails, the magnitude of that challenge. So we've already seen one energy transition. So this starts in 1800, this big orange slice. We used to rely on wood. Wood was our primary source of energy around the world. This is for the whole world. Then these dark colors come in, coal, oil, natural gas, and we had an energy transition. And now the world has decided, well, we want to eliminate the emissions of carbon dioxide from fossil fuels. And this energy transition, you can see up here, solar, wind, nuclear, hydro. We're just at the start of a century-long challenge. This is the evolution of energy sources, and I just want to emphasize that solar and wind, for all the talk about them, are still very tiny parts of the global energy mix. In fact, as we go forward, whatever people think, when we talk about energy, it's a little bit like the NFL. People have their favorite teams. Oh, I'm pro-nuclear, I'm pro-wind. Geothermal is going to be the next big thing. The reality is we're going to need all of these energy sources going forward for many, many decades, and I'll illustrate how big the challenge of getting off of fossil fuels is. Another point, the world's going to need more energy. There are billions of people around the world who use less energy in a year than your refrigerator uses at home. When you go home today, look at your refrigerator. That's how much energy about 3 billion people use in a year. So the world's going to need more energy. So we have these twin challenges. We got to provide massive amounts more energy, and we also want to decarbonize the energy system. This is just the United States, and the blue here is fossil fuels. We're about 80% fossil fuels in the United States. There's big goals, big challenges out there. For me, one of the biggest challenges for the United States to decarbonize will be to site new transmission, wind farms, solar farms. People don't really like to have power lines going through their neighborhoods. One of the most promising policies that's out there is just to convert coal-fired power plants to nuclear. And whatever you think about nuclear, the infrastructure is all in place, all the transmission. We can talk about that in the Q&A. Again, this is United States energy consumption. And again, just the overwhelming dominance of fossil fuels. When my kids are my age, we'll still be talking about this energy transition. It's not going to happen quickly. All right, so a global perspective. Let's take a look at how the world's doing and what decarbonization actually entails. So there's good news and bad news. This is the proportion of global energy consumption that comes from carbon-free sources. So everything except oil, natural gas, and coal. Good news and bad news. Good news, it was 18% last year. Highest it's ever been. Bad news, it was at 18% last year. This is how much fossil fuels, and it's in exajoules, the units don't matter. The point I want to make here is you can see the pandemic, little dip, and then we bounce right back up. But this has been going up and up and up. So if we want to get off of fossil fuels, we're really not doing a good job of it quite yet. This year, it's going to go up again. So what's it look like if we take seriously the idea of getting off of fossil fuels by 2050? That's this arrow. You can't read these numbers, but I'll just jump to the bottom line. What this entails would be deploying a nuclear power plant or 3,000 3-megawatt wind turbines every day, starting last summer, all the way to 2050. And at the same time, retiring an equivalent amount of fossil fuels. We're not doing that. This energy transition has not yet started. This graph shows the annual battle between fossil fuels and carbon-free energy. So this goes back to 2010. The black is how much new fossil fuels the world consumes, and green is the non-carbon emitting. This is what it would have to be to hit these goals. So the pandemic year, yeah, there's a big drop in fossil fuels. Nobody's going to recommend that as policy. Bounce right back anyway. But again, for all of the talk and the discussion, the world really hasn't taken this seriously. All right, number 4. Efforts to predict the climate future may increase our uncertainty. Instead, reducing uncertainties about outcomes is best achieved through what's called robust decision making. So let me explain this. This is a projection of Upper Colorado River Basin precipitation. It starts in 2000, goes to 2090, and you see all those squiggles. This comes from one scenario from literally 5,000 scenarios. And the squiggles, some show a decrease, some show an increase in precipitation. What we tend to do is, again, it's like the NFL styles. People pick their favorite. Well, look, this one says we're going to have a 20% increase, no problem. And somebody else might say, oh, look, this is a 10% decrease. We're screwed. We can't reduce uncertainties about our long-term future. And we have to be real careful in not saying, well, this is what we just saw, and so we can draw a line going forward into the future. Climate science is important, it's fantastic, but I think we all have to accept the reality that we may not be able to reduce our uncertainties about the future and have to go forward knowing, A, the future is uncertain, and B, we're ignorant about a lot of things that don't show up here. If I'm a betting person, I'd say the outcomes are going to be much broader than this. Now, you can't read this, but this is from a fantastic paper. And let me say, if anybody wants my slide deck or any of the references here, but this is from a group that looks at decision-making under deep uncertainty. They look at the Colorado River Basin, and I'll just read part of what they write. The Colorado River Basin is complex, critically important, and must contend with deep uncertainty in its long-term planning. Under deep uncertainty, there is no best set of assumptions about future conditions for which to plan, and no universally agreed upon outcome. That's why we have politics. With no ability to confidently project hydrology, demand, or the state of the system at the adoption of a future policy, a planning approach based on, and I'm going to simplify, predicting the future may result in an inaccurate picture of risk. So we do really well in a lot of settings in the United States, around the world, in planning for situations of uncertainty. Think about the economy. We do economic planning all the time, and even though we can't anticipate recessions or pandemics or disasters. And we can do that with respect to water and climate also. All right, number 5, historical climatology and paleoclimatology, which you're going to hear about in a little bit, are crucial to effective near and long-term planning. There's been this narrative as part of the climate change discussion and debate that's arrived that says, well, we can't rely on the past. The past is no longer a guide to the future. And this was from the US EPA website in 2017. Although it's difficult to predict the exact impacts of climate change, what's clear is the climate we are accustomed to is no longer a reliable guide for what to expect in the future. So I'm going to say, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. It may be that the past climate doesn't give us the proper probabilities for what's going to happen next year or the year after or in 2030, but climatology is absolutely essential for grounding our decision making. This is Gunnison snowpack from November through June for about the last 20 years. That's a good starting point. It's not the final word, but it is a first word. Here's snowpack, Gunnison snow water equivalent, and the different colors are the different months in which the snowpack accumulates. And there's an enormous amount of variability here. And maybe there's even a trend going down as you've heard about. Understanding climatology is important because it gives us a baseline against which to evaluate our biases. It doesn't tell us what the future is going to be, but when we decide to vary our expectations for the future from climatology, we can then come up with, well, why are you doing that? Is it because of this model, because of that model, because of what you had for breakfast? And then we can have a much more scientifically, empirically grounded approach to making decisions about the long-term future. All right, 6. All right, number 6 and number 7 are where things get real interesting. I was investigated by Congress in 2015 for what I'm about to show you. It wasn't a lot of fun, I'll be honest. But now that I'm on the other side, I understand that it's really important to be able to call things like they are. The signal of climate change has not been detected in most types of extreme weather and disasters. And that's not me saying that. That's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So I was just this week updating some of the work we've done on flood damage in the US. And I pulled up a couple media reports. Heavier rainstorms driven by global warming are sending more water into residential neighborhoods, from the Gulf Coast to New England to Appalachia to the Pacific Northwest. FEMA, a government official, we know that as climate changes, the impacts are getting worse. We're seeing more and more flooding going on as a result. The Washington Post, America underwater. None of this is true. None of it. So in our, again, peer-reviewed research, one thing we've done is we've asked, well, how has flood damage, so this is not precipitation, this is not flooding, this is flood damage in the United States, how has that changed over the last 70 years compared to the growth in the economy? How much stuff we have in the floodplain, stuff that can be damaged. And it turns out it is an incredible trend. As a proportion of our economy, flood damage has decreased by more than 90% since 1940. I'll show you the precipitation analysis in a second. This is a huge success in this country that you will have never heard about. So what does the US National Climate Assessment say? US National Climate Assessment is mandated by Congress to periodically update the state of science of climate relevant to decision making. The complex mix of processes complicates the formal attribution of observed flooding trends to anthropogenic climate change and suggests that additional scientific rigor is needed. And then in the red here. However, in US regions, no formal attribution of precipitation changes to anthropogenic forcing, climate change, has been made so far. Again, this is consensus standard science that it does not show up in newspapers or on Capitol Hill. All right, the bigger picture. This is North American weather-related disasters overall as a percentage of GDP. If you hear about more billion-dollar disasters, yes, that's true, because we got trillions of dollars more stuff to damage. But if you actually look at damage in the context of the size of our economy, again, good news, we're doing better. Here's that same data globally. Disasters are one of the great successes of the last century, and it's gotten caught up in that spin cycle, washing machine of the climate debate. And to be clear, climate change may indeed affect extreme events. It affects heat waves, we know that for sure. And in some places, it's expected to have increased extreme precipitation, but not floods, not hurricanes, not tornadoes. This is a chart from the IPCC summarizing its conclusions for what's called the detection and attribution of changes in extreme events. Yellow means yes, that's heat waves, heavy precipitation, soil moisture deficits, and what's called fire weather. And in white, there's no. Flooding, meteorological drought, hydrological drought, tropical cyclones, winter storms, thunderstorms, tornadoes, hail, lightning, extreme winds. Again, that's what the IPCC says. Another chart, and I reproduce these charts from the IPCC so that you can see it straight. I know it's boring and it's just a chart. But again, a whole bunch of extremes. This is, do they expect to see the signal of changes under the most extreme scenario by 2050 in the middle? 2100 over here. And the point here is there's a lot of white. We don't expect, given the current state of understandings, to identify the signal of climate change in most extremes to 2100. That doesn't mean we don't have to be better prepared. It means that fighting over climate is probably a waste of our time. All right, this one's a big deal. Now, if there are people in the audience, and I'm sure there are, who use climate scenarios in your work, pay attention. This is important. The most used climate scenarios in climate research are out of date and portray implausible energy futures. The climate science community is going through a reckoning at the moment that will be important for the next decade. This area is characterized by an enormous amount of jargon. And so I'm going to try not to use jargon, but it's almost impenetrable unless you're in the community, which is one problem in getting the science straight. We use scenarios because we can't predict the future, and most scenarios involve looking at a cone-shaped possibility. So if you ask, where are you going to be 5 minutes from now? Most likely it's going to be a bullseye centered here. If I ask, where are you going to be 5 days from now, 5 years from now? It's a much bigger cone. And so I'm going to show you a bunch of graphs that are just cones like this with expanding possibilities for the future. This is the first projection from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 1990. Carbon dioxide concentrations, if we just kept going like we were going, they thought we'd be way up here, and then if we changed course, we'd be down here. Nice cone. All right, when we create these scenarios of the future, one expectation is they have to be plausible. There's no point in preparing for implausible, impossible futures. These are the generation of scenarios that are being used today in climate research. Some of you may have heard of the RCP scenarios. If you haven't, that's okay. They probably inform a lot of stuff that you actually use, but they're behind the scenes. They range from a very high one called RCP 8.5 to a very low one, RCP 2.6. For a long time, RCP 8.5 was characterized, this is where we're headed. And RCP 2.6 was, well, that's the Paris Agreement goals. And the difference between the two is policy success. So we took all these scenarios, and I should say these 4 scenarios are from a family of 1,184. Nobody can study 1,184 scenarios. We did. We took the 1,184 scenarios, and we added up all their carbon dioxide emissions to 2,100, graphed that against projected temperature change, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you see there is this relationship, this nice linear relationship between how much carbon dioxide and global average temperature. And back when these were created, in 2005 or so, the community thought, well, all of them are plausible. And we asked the question, well, how many of them survive to 2023? Because we have good data on emissions from 2005 to 2023, and we have near-term projections from the International Energy Agency. So look at that circle. That's up here. And from our research, these are the ones that survive today. RCP 8.5 is way up here. They're all between 2 and 3 degrees Celsius by 2100. Our view of climate change has become much less apocalyptic, even as the discourse has become much more apocalyptic. So we go back to that original graph. We have a number of extreme scenarios that from the perspective of today, that might change tomorrow or next week, from the perspective of today are implausible. And we have these other scenarios with a ceiling of RCP 4.5 as looking as plausible. Here's why this is problematic. In the last US National Climate Assessment, the Biden administration argues that RCP 8.5 is where we're headed. And RCP 4.5 is policy success. Now, you get to be the spokesperson. How do you go out in front of the American public and say, hey, you know that scenario we said was policy success before? That's actually a worst case scenario. It's a real hard situation for policymakers to be in. If you read something in the newspaper talking about the climate of 2100, I have this fun game, I do this on Twitter. Go look at the study. What scenario does it use? And almost without a doubt, 98% of them use RCP 8.5, the most extreme scenario to talk about the future. In fact, today, 20 peer-reviewed studies every day are published using this out-of-date scenario. Now, what I'm telling you is not a surprise. This is from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The red is their projection of emissions going to 2030. If you look at the fine print, there's the 4.5 scenario. Hey, we're well under that dashed line. In Reading, England, over the summer, a group of the world's leading climate scenario creators met to develop the next generation of climate scenarios. They published a draft, had this, it's not modern art, but it looks like it. So I annotated it so that you can see what's going on in the climate community. This is RCP 8.5, where we thought we were headed. This is where the community now thinks we are headed. Again, similar to RCP 4.5. Everything's going to change in how we think about climate science going forward. It's not going to make the problem go away. It's still serious. We still need to decarbonize. But it's going to be much more difficult to use visions of the apocalypse to try to drive change. We're going to have to use things beyond climate science, like energy security, water security, national security, economics, all those things that are far more important than climate science in how we make decisions about energy. So this is why this matters. This is from my colleague Glenn Peters in Oslo, Norway. He graphed for me what it looks like between a 4.5 scenario and a lower scenario. And they overlap in their temperature projections to 2100. No longer is there this big gap between the highest scenario and the low scenario. So using climate science as a political tool will become less and less possible while staying faithful to the science. That's great news. That means we can stop arguing about climate science and we can start talking about all those broader reasons why it makes sense to be smarter in how we respond to, adapt to the climate, and organize our energy policies. I'm excited for that to come. All right, closing thoughts. So climate change is important. Absolutely. Climate policies are important. We want to have smart policies, not dumb policies. Sometimes that's hard. Energy is essential to humanity in thriving on planet Earth and for securing a thriving global environment. The world needs vastly more energy. We want everyone in the world to enjoy the energy services that we have access to every single day. Because of their scale and importance, energy and climate issues usually become deeply politicized. Even climate science, certainly climate science in the media and policy, but also climate science inside research institutions and the academy. Pathological politicization causes misinformation. But I want to assure you, the truth is out there. You just have to work a little bit harder to get it in 2023. Here's my Honest Broker newsletter. Please sign up. Send me an email if you want copies of these slides. And hopefully, I went fast enough on my coffee. We have some time to have a conversation. So thank you very much. Yeah. I'm okay.
Hardly anybody says they can't hear me. If anybody has any questions, we'll take those now. I have a couple. Does anybody have any questions that would like to join? So why don't you start?
Come on up.
Come on up here.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm curious on what current science is showing in terms of max and mins, because the 2 to 3 degrees Celsius is the average, and how those extremes impact, regionally.
Yeah, so this is a great question. So I don't have a slide in this presentation, but there are today about a dozen updated studies that say, yeah, the world's headed for somewhere between 2 and 3 degrees on the average. And then one question people want to ask is, well, what's the worst case scenario? And that is not something that can be answered in general. So if you look at the climate models and they say, well, yeah, if we push all the buttons that are the most extreme, maybe we can get above 3, 3.5, or 4 degrees, low probability. But really, and this gets to that robust decision-making slide I had there, the question for anybody who's making decisions is nobody makes a decision about the global temperature. And so really, this is where coming together as a community in a river basin is really important to say, all right, our worst case scenario is not just climate, it's population, it's policy. And are our systems robust to this wide range of uncertainties going forward? So yes, I can invent a scenario and I can pick one from there where everything looks really, really bad. But I can also pick one where, hey, we skate through this climate change thing with no problem. And it's really bad practice to pick either one. And so robust decision making means integrating all those things you care about. And I mean, this is why energy security or water security is a much better framing, because water security depends on supply, demand. Climate's an important element, but it's not the only element. So I don't have a good answer to that. This is one where the people that work in particular places have to adopt approach that's not predict and respond, but identify vulnerabilities and robustness, and then stress test your policies against it. It's not a very satisfactory answer because we like to say, all right, the answer's 4.31256, but that's just not how climate science actually works. Even though some people might say, yeah, if you pay my consulting firm, I'll give you some good answers. And everybody likes a nice round decimal point number, but that's not really how it works.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, they're fighting over questions. I love it.
When you were talking about reducing carbon emissions worldwide, to me, I'm listening and I'm going, there's an 800-pound gorilla in the room that you didn't mention. The number of coal-fired power plants coming online in China and India. So it sounded like you were referring to North America and the European Union and sort of ignoring that 800-pound gorilla. Could you please address where that fits in?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So when we look at the fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, and petroleum, coal is actually the most straightforward and simplest one to eliminate worldwide. It's true that in places like Indonesia, India, and China, they are still increasing coal-fired power plants. If you take a look at the news this week in Delhi, in India, there's massive pollution problems. Some of it's from agricultural burning, but a lot of it is from coal plants. In the United States and in Europe, we have some of the cleanest burning coal plants in the world, not so much everywhere around the world. Coal can be replaced with natural gas, which is much more clean in terms of carbon dioxide and particulates, and also nuclear power. You take a look at China's energy system and how they're changing year to year. They're adopting an all-of-the-above approach to energy policy. So yes, they're building more coal, but they're also building a lot of other things. And the president of China, Xi Jinping, has said, you know, we're all on board with this decarbonization thing, but we are not going to shut down our coal plants until we have the alternatives to do so, which is, I think, different than what you see in North America and Europe, where we say, we're going to shut down coal, and that's going to force us to adopt other approaches, right? So natural gas, again, is pretty important for decarbonizing in the near term if it replaces coal, because it's about half as carbon intensive. Natural gas also is used as a feedstock for fertilizers and so on, so we're going to have natural gas for a long time. Petroleum is really difficult. Even if you assume all the cars and the three-wheelers and tuk-tuks in Thailand get replaced, we get a lot of stuff from a barrel of oil that right now we can't replace. For me, when I talk to my students about energy policy and transitioning off of fossil fuels, I liken it to, I say, my grandfather was born in 1923. And in that year, there was 2 billion people on the planet, and life expectancy was 35 years. And if you ask people, all right, how are we going to get to a life expectancy of more than 70 years in 2023 and feed 8 billion people? The answer, the only honest answer would be, hell if I know. But we did it. And so transforming an energy system is not about tell me how it ends. It's tell me how it starts. And there's a lot of smart policies around the world that we can implement to get on this decarbonization that makes countries more secure. One reason that countries like coal, you can pile it up on your dock. It's accessible. The lights are going to come on. Last year, when, due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there was a run on liquefied natural gas around the world. And just to give you a specific example, Pakistan, which had been moving towards more natural gas, less coal, relied on liquefied natural gas, there was a big run in the market on liquefied natural gas. And Germany said, we're rich, thank you. Nope, turn that ship around. Don't go to Pakistan, go to Germany. And so they bought it up. If you're in Pakistan, then you have an energy crisis. So they say, oh, we're going to pile up coal on the docks. So figuring out how to become more secure is geopolitically a smart thing to do. If you're in Southeast Asia and India, figuring out how to reduce air pollution, and this is one thing China's done an incredible progress. If you saw the Beijing 2008 Olympics, China shut down all its industry for like 3 weeks before that, so that when you turn on NBC, the skies were blue and not gray and full of smog. Since then, they've made enormous progress in cleaning up their air. They've got a lot more to do. So decarbonizing the energy system has benefits well beyond just carbon dioxide. I can make a pretty strong case on economics, public health, security, but maybe it doesn't get us to the last ton. But you can see around the world, countries are moving in this direction anyway, even though they may not fully on board on the climate issue.
Roger, welcome to Montrose.
Good to be here.
My struggle with this whole thing is 10,000 years ago, most of North America was covered with ice. We were in the ice age. We came out of that ice age. There was no cars, there was no factories, there was a few cavemen and the Neanderthals running around with some campfires. How did it warm up then versus now?
Yeah, I get this question a lot, and there's two answers to this. One of them is, it should be obvious that if you load the atmosphere with carbon dioxide, other greenhouse gases, it has an effect, right? We can argue about how big those effects are and are they significant. To me, that's one of the least interesting. I'm a policy person. I know Connie loves those things. But that's one of the least interesting questions from the perspective of policy. I debated a guy in London a while back who was a self-described climate skeptic. And we were debating policy. And the first thing I said when I got there was, you know what, if you don't want to accept any of the climate science, that's fine. I'll grant you that. There are important reasons why we want to decarbonize for economics, for security, for public health. Let's start there. And he banged the table and he got all mad at me. Arguing about science is fun, it's interesting, we learn, but it's like pushing a rope. It is not going to get us answers to the policy questions. The most important policy question for decarbonizing the economy, economics. If there's one thing that my book on climate is known for, it's called the iron law of climate change. The iron law says if we pit the economy against the environment, the economy is going to win every single time. So here's an answer. The world is going to use vastly more energy. There are going to be companies and countries that go around the world and build that infrastructure. They're going to build power plants, there are going to be power lines, there's going to be factories. Somebody's going to get paid to do that. Now, right now, Southeast Asia and India are developing rapidly. Eventually, it's going to be Africa. Guess what country around the world is investing the most in building the energy infrastructure of the future in these places? United States? No. China and Russia. So as the world builds more energy infrastructure around the world, if we're arguing about the temperature of the last glacial minimum, we're missing out on what matters most. And these countries have a preference in many places for nuclear, for wind, for solar, for geothermal, because they are secure, they are cleaner, their air's not dirty. And so I'm worried that as a country, if we get caught up in these debates, we're missing out on the most important aspect, which is economics, and how the world of 2080 is going to look. And do we really want the African continent to be thankful, economically tied to Chinese corporations, Chinese government? That's the decision we're making. So that's why I'm worried that our debate over climate change has gotten us into a cul-de-sac pretty far away from all the stuff that matters.
Hi.
Hi.
You're a scientist and I'm a humanist, but back in my day, there was talk about zero population growth, and that's my biggest concern is the quality of life, not the quantity. And I need a lot of space. I'm kind of like the Ute culture here. And now it's my turn to get squeezed out. And I'm wondering, in your definition here, in your slides, you said, how can we thrive? And I'm concerned about the definition of thriving, because in my lifetime it has only been growth, 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 and more growth. Is there anybody advocating space?
Well, we're lucky in Colorado because, we're in one of the emptiest regions anywhere, and we're also one of the wealthiest regions. In my classes, I show my students a figure, and it shows energy consumption versus wealth. And wealth does not measure everything that matters, but boy, if we don't have lights, if we don't have hospitals, if we don't have jobs, we're not doing too well. There is no such thing as a low energy, wealthy country. Nowhere on the planet. One thing we've seen is that as countries get wealthier and as they consume more energy, population growth slows and even goes down. The current projections about global population, and again, they're today's projections, they're not guaranteed, are that global population is going to peak this century, maybe soon after 2050, and go down. My grandkids for sure, and probably my kids, are going to be having policy discussions. What do we do about population decline? How can we pay for the retirements of people like me and my kids if we don't have an ever-increasing, growing economy? So, yes, you know, in the 1960s and 70s, there was a lot of talk about overpopulation. In most settings, you don't hear that anymore because that's something that has, you know, we see the peak of the curve and going down, and global depopulation will be the challenge of the end of the century. There'll be plenty of space, too.
Thank you very much. How do current market forces serve as a predictor for the future?
In terms of energy? Or?
Well, I'm thinking about, you know, insurance premiums. I'm thinking about, you know, the increase in food costs, things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, with respect to insurance, there's been a lot of news lately about some insurers pulling out of California, pulling out of Florida. Look one layer deeper, and insurance and reinsurance companies around the world are having record profits. I was at a meeting at Lloyd's of London earlier this fall, 6 weeks ago, and it was a closed-door meeting, and you know, their top risk person said, "Oh, you know, we don't see the signal of climate change and disaster losses yet." And I was like, "Yeah, no kidding. That's what the science says." But if you go from their risk department to their marketing department, you get a different story because climate change is good to sell things. My thinking on what we see with market forces is to understand that large-scale technological developments, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it's energy systems, whether it's agriculture, always is a combination of the quote-unquote free market and government intervention. If we want to direct innovation over the next century, we just have to look back and see, well, how do we improve agricultural productivity? How do we improve public health and medicine over time? And that's because we took it on as a challenge. One of the challenges I see with energy is that for a long time, people thought it was separate from these dynamics. The free market will take care of everything. For people of a certain age, it's the Jed Clampett syndrome. You drill and then some oil comes up and you're in business. We need to be much more intentional, and I know some people don't like to hear this, but if we want to have a competitive national economy against China, against Russia in the energy space, then we need a all hands on deck, and that includes smart public policy to help shape market forces in the right direction. We see the same thing with food. If food prices get too high, we get riots in Egypt and elsewhere. And so there is this coordinated effort globally to do R&D, innovation, and integrate smart public policy with the power of market forces. It's complicated, it's nuanced, and it's not either or, it's a both and.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. My name is Candy Meehan, and I am actually from a very small part of Colorado called Norwood. One of the things we're talking about with clean energy is there are consequences to it too, just as there are to coal. We have 30 years of solar panels that aren't recyclable, become hazard waste. Basically, the windmill blades, I mean, right now they're developing an enzyme to make them into gummy bears. I'll never eat another gummy bear as long as I live.
Delicious, yeah.
Why aren't we perpetuating and promoting a tandem force with the coal consumption and healthy, clean energy? We call it that, but when we're looking at dilapidated fields in 30 years, and I'm not going to be here to see that, but my kids will be, what do we do with that, and how come we're not marrying it together better? We, in the United States, are basically bearing the burden of very, very unconscious countries. We have plastic islands the size of Rhode Island floating in the Pacific. And we're doing nothing about it but taking on more of the issue ourselves, when afforestation in the Gulf would be one way to, up oxygen. I don't understand why, though, the big push, other than the federal dollars that are involved with clean energy right now. And in my area, we're suffering this very badly because the state has come in with a brushstroke on the SLB properties to develop them for clean energy. And the agriculture, the ecological, the economical, and the emotional impacts of the devastation that causes systematically to these little farm communities and their water. And I can't begin to underline that enough, is devastating. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean, I hear you 100%, I agree. And I wish I had a better answer. The problem is that we treat climate and energy more as politics than as policy. In my classes, I've stopped using the term renewable energy because it lumps together wind and solar. Solar, pardon the pun, has a bright future. I think solar energy has a big role to play worldwide and in the US. Wind has a lot of problems. That's my personal opinion. Nuclear power advancement, I just saw that the NuScale nuclear plant that was going to be deployed in Utah has been canceled. There's a lot of merit in advanced nuclear power. And again, I advocate a stance of what's called technological agnosticism, not technological tribalism, where we pick our favorite technologies. There are problems. I mean, what are we going to do with battery waste from all these Teslas driving around the country? I have a slide, I didn't show it in this presentation. If you take all of the nuclear waste ever produced in the history of the world, you could fit it in a 35-yard square, put it in Folsom Field in Boulder. All of it. You take all the battery waste we're going to have over the next 10 years, and you can stack it up and it'll go to the moon. So yes, every technology has its downsides. And this is why we have to be much smarter about policy and take energy policy and climate policy out of the realm of our politics. The problem is politicians like climate and energy because it pushes people's buttons. It's easily politicized. And I hate to say it, but we experts in the academy have played along with that. A lot of climate policy discussions are just about partisan politics. And I guess this is one thing I want you guys to hear from me. Energy policy is far too important to be reduced to politics. Because we can argue about what makes more sense and bad sense, but if we start saying, well, renewables good, fossil fuels bad, that's the end of the conversation, we haven't gotten anywhere.
Well, your last statement just kind of answered what I was going to ask to a degree.
I can read your mind, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did a really good job there. We had our last question was from someone from Norwood, and I think that highlights a really interesting issue in this area. I mean, if you look at Montrose County, uranium mining and that type of thing was a huge impetus in the start of this community. Right. And then the people in that community at one point bulldozed their entire town into the ground and crashed their economy and started over. So we built a coal-fired power plant over there, and 90% of the people in those communities were working at the power plant or working at the coal mine. And we didn't transition it over to nuclear power like you suggested earlier. We bulldozed it into the ground, hauled it off to the landfill. And I think a lot of people see that as a win. When these issues are politicized, like you say, I think there's a lot of people that see those things as a win. In this part of the world, I think that's a driving factor in a lot of this. You lose those communities like that. You lose coal production in the North Fork that severely impacts these people. And I think a failure to have compassion for that, I think, is a big limiting factor in making progress on some of these things. I did say that you kind of answered this just a second ago, but you mentioned losing this kind of worst case scenario as a tool in the climate change discussion. Mm-hmm. And you may have a different idea about this than I do, but it's always been my understanding that even climate activists would say that climate alarmism is not productive in that conversation. It doesn't drive people to do more climate change.
I wish, yeah.
It drives people to say, hey,
right.
Listen, if it's not fixable, why fix it?
Right.
So, and I guess, again, you just did kind of answer that, but to me, there's no utility in that model other than for political gains. Right. And if you want to talk to that more, you can.
Yeah. So again, I have a slide in in a version of this presentation where I show land use implied under the Inflation Reduction Act for energy, and how much wind and solar are going to be deployed. And it's literally like the state of Nebraska, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio, all combined, if you put it together. That's not where you would locate it. Part of energy policy discussions that have split the left and the right is that quote unquote renewable energy is something we do in rural communities and ship that energy via new transmission lines to big cities. And this is why there's a lot of opposition in local communities to the siting of renewable energy. And most people who develop these plans live in places like Princeton and New York City, and not in rural communities. One thing that hasn't come up that I often talk about is supply chains. And even if you are on Team Solar and Team Wind, your supply chains all go through China. And if we were to come up with a national plan for supply chains, we would realize, oh, maybe we have to reopen some uranium mines. We have to find more lithium in the United States. And that means going back to places where we historically relied on. And again, the story here is one of economics, national security. It's not one of just energy and climate. And I just wish we were able to have that discussion. Another anecdote. So in Scandinavia, in Finland and Sweden in particular, they have nuclear power plants. They had a national competition for who wanted to store the nuclear waste. And it wasn't, people weren't afraid of it, weren't concerned. And you had a lot of rural communities in these countries fighting over the right to be paid to build a perfectly safe nuclear waste repository. That was one in which there was a view that, we have the technology to do something, we can benefit the country as a whole. Nuclear power benefits everybody. And it seems to me we've lost that ability in our country to have this discussion at kind of a more serious level about things like supply chains, energy security, economic development, and we reduce it all to the climate debate and alarmism versus skeptics, which is not very productive. Thank you.
All right. Roger, I'm sorry that we're out of time for
thank
you,
you.
but please give Roger a round of applause. Thank you so much. I hope you appreciate that. Roger will be around. He's got an airplane to catch at noon, but he'll be around if you have any questions. And I think from our perspective, from elected officials, when these outrageous estimates are put into public policy, it affects all of us here. And that's my concern, is that how much of, why can't we get a more reasonable conversation? And we have had efforts at the county. I am on another committee where we talk about what's reasonable, what's realistic. Let's focus on the science. And the problem is that the science differs, as Roger pointed out, but we have to find the right science and that balances both of the extremes so that we can really make good decisions. And I fear that we're making, when I think about Germany now is buying coal from Delta County because their renewable policy was not realistic. And so we have the state of Colorado with some very aggressive renewable goals that may or may not be, in my opinion, are not realistic. And so we have community after community that are being decimated, and then we have to backfill with economic development from the government to shore up these communities. When are we going to start making sense? And when are we going to start having reasonable conversations? And that needs to happen across the entire political spectrum. That's my editorial comment. Thank you very much for indulging me. So with that, I'm going to welcome Connie up for our next speaker. And if you just follow me, that'd be great. The distance is vast. I wish I'd worn my step counter so I can introduce Connie properly. So Connie is actually, how many of you heard Dave Mako speak a couple of years ago about tree ring studies? How many of you were here? Gosh, I don't see very many hands. So, okay. So Connie is actually, was part of that research project from the University of Arizona. She's a professor emerita from the University of Arizona with degrees in geography, and her bio's down there, and you can tell I have to walk a mile to get it. But please know that Connie comes highly recommended. I think that Marty Whitmore had her speaking at a Club 20 event. And it's really important for us to understand all the science, and when we're making policy decisions, this is important, because as long as we're going to rely on emotion to make decisions, we're not going to get to the bottom. So please help me welcome Connie Woodhouse to the stage. Do you want to walk around, or would you rather be down there?
This is good up here, because I have slides. The arrow? Yes, all right. Yeah, we need the lights down. Hopefully the lights down won't make you go to sleep, but you'll be able to see my slides. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Like Sue said, my colleague Dave Miko was here 2 years ago and talked about tree rings in the Colorado River and drought, and I'm going to be talking about tree rings and the Colorado River, but I'm going to be talking about a slightly different thing. Addressing this question, is the record of past stream flow useful for water resource management today? So that kind of hits on what Roger mentioned a little bit. So, to start with, these are the headlines you might have remembered seeing a couple of years ago. Dry conditions, low flow, things looked really bad for the Colorado River Basin in 2021. And here are some headlines from this spring where, lo and behold, we had a big snowpack, we have lots of water, things are looking good. So the question is this normal? Is this back and forth of conditions? Is this something we could consider normal? Well, here's the record of Colorado River at Lee's Ferry. This is 1906 to 2023. It's the estimate of natural flow. This is from Bureau of Reclamation, so the effects of diversions and depletions have been removed. It's in million acre feet. And it's really variable. There's a lot of ups and downs. It's just a really variable system. We can look at droughts, and here I am defining droughts in a particular way. This is years with flow below the long-term average, broken by no more than 1 year of above average flow. So that most recent drought started in 2000. It hasn't ended yet. We've had 6 years of above average stream flow, but no more than one single year. So by this definition, that drought is still ongoing. But we see a lot of other droughts in this record as well, though none as long as that. We also see some wet periods. We see the really wet period of the early part of the record up to about 1930. And we also see a wet period in the late 1970s and 1980s. So it's a really interesting record. It's like, well, is this the kind of behavior, the system that we should expect, or is there something special about this? And the record is pretty long for stream flow. It's over 100 years. A lot of times we don't have gauge records that long. But it really only shows us a snapshot of what the system's capable of. So we can use tree rings or dendrochronology to extend hydrologic records back in time. And this is where I overlap with Dave Miko's talk a little bit, but it looks like not too many of you listened to his talk or were here for his talk. So I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about how we actually use tree rings to reconstruct stream flow. So this is a cartoon of a conifer. I'm sure all of you have looked at a cross-section of a tree, so this should look familiar. The pith is in the middle there, the bark on the outside, and then the annual ring widths, which vary according to the environmental factors that affect tree growth. And if we are doing dendrochronology properly, those ring widths reflect variations in climate, and in particular, wide rings in wet years and narrow rings in dry years. So in the Colorado River Basin and around here, we have certain species of trees that are very, very sensitive to variations in moisture, and these include Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, and pinyon pine. These aren't the only species that we use, but these trees are pretty reliable in recording narrow rings in dry years and wide rings in wet years. So we target those species. And what we're looking for are relationships like this. The blue line is western Colorado annual precipitation, and the green line is the ring width series from one tree up on Grand Mesa. And you can see that's a pretty close match. It's not perfect, because trees, of course, are not rain gauges, but it's pretty close. These trees are really, really reliably recording variations in moisture. But that's precipitation. If we're interested in stream flow, how does that work? It's a little bit different. We don't sample the trees that are growing right down by the river. Those trees are probably getting plenty of moisture, and so they're what we call fat and happy, which means their ring widths are all about the same size. We're interested in the really stressed trees that are growing up on those slopes facing the south. Really arid conditions are stressing their growth, and they're going to be really responsive to variations in moisture. And in particular, the trees that I talked about, the species that I talked about, they are really sensitive to the amount of moisture in the soil at the beginning of the growing season, so in the spring. That's what's really going to determine whether they have a good growth year or a bad growth year. And so that soil moisture is dependent on the climate conditions, it turns out, that closely coincide with the water year. So the water year is October through the end of September. So what's happening in the fall, the soil moisture in the fall, the winter snowpack is very important because that melts. How it melts over the course of the spring will determine the soil moisture at the beginning of the growing season. So the trees are very sensitive to that. They actually are not so sensitive to what happens in the summer. Now, if we think about water year stream flow, it's kind of the same combination of factors. Turns out water year stream flow in the Colorado River Basin is determined by the antecedent conditions in the fall, the soil moisture. The winter snowpack is probably the most important factor, and then what happens in the spring. So because the annual ring widths and the water year stream flow are both reflecting those water year climate conditions, that's what's linking the ring widths with the stream flow, and that's why we can reconstruct stream flow from tree rings. It's not a direct relationship, but it's a really robust relationship. So how do we do this kind of thing? What do we do when we go out in the field? We identify the species we know that are sensitive to moisture. We look for the oldest trees we could find. We look for stressful sites. We look for trees that aren't affected by non-climatic things like disease or fire, or if they're by a road, and we look for ones that haven't been hacked by campers. We sample about 20 trees at a site. We take 2 cores per tree using an increment borer. So my colleague Jeff Lucas is demonstrating how that works. The increment borer is a hollow shaft of steel with a sharpened bit. It gets cranked into the tree, and then we pull out a core that's about the width of a pencil in diameter. Now in Colorado, we're pretty lucky to find fairly old trees. Now, what do I mean by old trees? It's not too hard to find trees that are 400 to 600 years old in Colorado. We're lucky because we have stressful sites that actually cause trees to grow slowly and live long, but we don't have a fire regime that wipes those trees out on a more regular basis like in the Southwest. So we find these old trees. This tree here is from northwestern Colorado. I'm coring it. It dates back to the 1100s. It's a pinyon pine. So that's a pretty old tree. But it's not too easy to find those kind of trees. So to get our record of tree rings back in time, we actually used dead wood. Now again, we're lucky in the Colorado River Basin that the climate conditions will help preserve wood on the landscape for hundreds and hundreds of years because it's arid and because it's cool, and because the trees themselves have a lot of resin in them. So I found pieces of wood on the landscape that have been there for like 800 years. So we look for really old pieces of wood and we cut them and we use them to extend our living tree chronology back in time. Now, how does that work? Now, if we sample a living tree, we know that the ring right inside the bark is the current year of growth, and because of that, we can anchor our dating of the ring widths. The other thing that these trees are doing is they're very, very faithfully recording the ring width pattern. All the trees in the Colorado River Basin, I will assure you, have a narrow ring in 2002. They will all have a narrow ring for 1977. I mean, you all probably know these big drought years, and the trees are recording those very, very faithfully, not only in the 20th century, but back centuries through time. So we have this ring width pattern that is very, very, very accurate and very shared by all of these trees. So if we go out and we sample a tree that's dead, and it overlaps in time with the living trees, we can match that ring width pattern and assign the ring widths, the dates for those ring widths. And then we can go back further in time, bridging those, the dates that we know to extend the chronology back in time. And this is what we've done to get longer chronologies. So back at the lab, we sand all of our cross-sections and our cores down very finely so we can really see those ring widths. We can look at the patterns of the rings. We date them all to get exact calendar dates. And then we measure all of those rings. I should say, not me. Usually it's a student or a postdoc. But they use a system that looks like that on the lower right. It's a microscope. There's a sliding stage. There's a little chunk of wood sitting on that stage. The operator will look through the microscope. There's a crosshair in the eyepiece. They'll line that up with the ring width boundary, and then they'll turn the crank on that stage and move it one ring width and hit the trigger, and that records the measurement for each and every ring. Now, the technology has changed a bit, and we're using more image analysis. But in many cases, when the rings are very, very small, or we have some difficulties in dating the rings, we go back to this and measure each and every ring manually. So once all of the samples are measured, we have a collection that looks like this. This is from Van Bibber, Colorado. This is actually in the Front Range, but I'm showing you those little squiggles are all measurements, time series of measurements from a single core or cross-section. So there's 30 series from 15 trees. All those little wiggles are averaged together to create a site tree and chronology. And by doing this, we're sort of strengthening the common signal, which is the climate signal, and we're sort of averaging out all the within tree variability, because each tree is going to have conditions around it that it's going to respond to that may not be the same as a tree a little bit further away. So we average them together to get this site tree and chronology. And the tree and chronology is what we use for the reconstructions. So here's a map of all of the chronologies, tree and chronologies that exist for this sort of Intermountain West part of the U.S., including the Colorado River Basin. There's a lot of them. These are from collections that were done in the 1940s, collections that were done last year. They're all archived in Boulder at the NOAA Paleoclimatology Database. Not all of them are useful for reconstructing stream flow or climate. Some of them are sampled for other purposes, like fire history. I think I have personally had something to do with 60 of those sites in Colorado, which is my fun thing to do is go out and do field work. But this is the data set that we have available. And so a subset of those are going to be useful for reconstructing stream flow. So how does that work? This is a real nutshell version, but we take our tree and chronologies and we calibrate them with a gauge of interest. We typically use a multiple linear regression approach, which is basically developing an equation in which a set of tree and chronologies are used to estimate stream flow. So it's a statistical model. It's an equation. Here's what the gauge record for the Colorado at least looks like in the gray, and then the modeled stream flow from the trees in blue. And you can see it's a pretty good match. And again, we are lucky in this area because the trees are sensing the same set of climatic variability, same set of climate variations that we see influencing stream flow. So like I said, this model is an equation that we can just plug in our tree and chronologies into that equation and develop the full-length reconstruction. So in this case, this is a version that goes back to 1490. So that's the reconstruction process in a real nutshell, and I'm generalizing. There are a lot of other methods now that are being used that are not linear regression, but that's still probably the main way that we do this modeling. Okay, so that's tree rings 101, really broad brush. Let's move on to looking at these reconstructions and seeing that they are useful for placing the instrumental record of climate and stream flow in a long-term context. And I'm going to give you a very classic example that I'm sure you are at least in part familiar with, and that has to do with the 1922 Colorado River Compact. So this photograph is of the Colorado River Commissioners, the group of gentlemen who got together to allocate the Colorado River resources. In 1922, they allocated 7.5 million acre-feet to the upper basin, 7.5 million acre-feet to the lower basin, 15 million acre-feet allocated, and the history indicates that they thought they were making a conservative allocation at this point. There was much more water than they allocated. In 1944, another 1.5 million acre-feet were allocated, equaling 16.5 million acre-feet roughly. So in terms of allocations, the question came up, or some people at least were thinking about this at some point in time. Was this really a reliable estimate of the amount of water that was available in the system? And as we've seen, that may not be the case. But in 1976, Chuck Stockton from the Turing Lab in Tucson and Gordon Jacoby from Columbia University developed the first reconstruction of stream flow from tree rings, and they developed it for the Colorado River. So this is what their reconstruction looked like. It started in 1564, went up to about 1962. It had 3 features that are worth noting. The first is that the long-term average of that reconstruction is 13.5 million acre-feet, which is 3 million acre-feet less than the allocations in 1944. The second was that the compact was drafted in 1922, and you can see what that red circle is. It came on the heels of the wettest period in this record in terms of the stream flow, which has been problematic. And then the third thing to note is that very severe and sustained drought in the beginning of the record in the late 1500s, which was sort of an eye-opener. This is what the system is capable of. So this is what they said in their 1976 report. They said the general picture of a collision between water demand and supply in the upper Colorado River Basin in the not-too-distant future is all too apparent. 1976. From what I can tell, there wasn't a lot of notice taken of this piece of work, partly because the decades that followed were relatively wet. We had that really wet period in the 1980s. We did have a few drought years in 1981, some years in the 1990s, but overall conditions were wet. People were not talking about drought in the Colorado River Basin. There seemed to be plenty of water for development, for growth, and indeed it was a couple of decades of great development of water resources. However, things, where did that come from? Oh, that was just to remind you where you are. But there was a slide, yes, anyway, there was a slide that was missing. Things did change at the end of the 20th century, as you're all aware, I'm sure. Drought conditions began with the onset of drought in 2000. And in 2002 was a particularly bad year. These are some photos. That's Dillon Reservoir on the right slide with the boat ramps high and dry, Green Mountain Reservoir. Really severe drought conditions, particularly from 2000 to about 2005, but the drought that's still ongoing. The other thing that happened was that the reservoir levels dropped rapidly, and I think it was the rapidity of this drop that really caught the attention of water managers. This graphic is showing Lake Powell declines, and you can see from 1999, where storage was quite high, to 2005, the decrease was really rapid, and I think people were surprised at how fast that reservoirs dropped. And then the third thing going on was that Colorado River demand exceeded supply in 2003. This is a graph from Bureau of Reclamation looking at historical 10-year running average Colorado River Basin supply in the blue line and use in the red line starting in 1923. The two lines crossed briefly in the 1990s, but they crossed in 2003, and you can see they're pretty far apart. Use has tapered off, but we haven't recovered from drought, so those lines are apart. So we had this convergence of overallocation of drought conditions and climate change. Warming temperatures that Eddie Muller mentioned, that we've talked about with Roger's talk, are having an impact on the water supply. So about this time, or over these years where the drought was having impacts, Dave and I and our colleagues were out there doing some tree ring work. The map on the left shows the locations of the tree ring chronologies that Stockton used, the gray dots. He actually built on the work by an earlier researcher, Edmund Schulman, who did a lot of collections in the 1940s. Dave and I, we had several jointly funded projects. We had some separate projects. We were out in the late 1990s, early 2000s, resampling some of these sites and updating them, sampling new sites, and extending these chronologies back in time. So as we were doing this and we were starting to develop new reconstructions of stream flow, there was a renewed interest in what these records could tell us about the natural system and how it varied and what we might expect. So the result, we actually did a series of updated reconstructions. I'm going to be talking mostly about this one that Dave led in 2007. It goes back to 762. So Stockton Jacoby's reconstruction went back to 1564. With all that dead wood, we were able to get back to 762 and then updated to 2005. And so it's a pretty long reconstruction. That red square just shows the 20th century part of the record, and you can see the kind of context that we get for our record that we've been using for management, the observed record, how it puts that record into the long-term context. So there's other ways that we can use this record for context. This is showing the droughts in the Colorado River. And I'm defining droughts a little bit differently here than I did originally. This is consecutive years of below average stream flow, and the average is based on the instrumental period average that are 4 years or more. So not the single years or 2 years or 3 years in a row, but 4 years or more. And you can see there's just, there's a lot of droughts happening in this basin. Here's the 20th century. In comparison, you can look at that and you go, well, one thing we can see is that there seem to be fewer droughts in the 20th century compared to other parts. If you look at the 1500s, that's another period where there were not too many droughts. But if you look at the 1400s or the late 1200s or even any part of the first third of the record, you can see that there were certainly higher frequency of droughts and longer droughts in this full record compared to the 20th century. There are other ways we can look at drought. This is a slightly different reconstruction. This is one that Dave and I did for California Department of Water Resources. It goes back to 1116, so it's not as long, but it goes up to 2014. And when I'm showing you our droughts, each dot is a drought, again defined as consecutive years below the long-term instrumental period average. I'm showing you duration on the bottom, so those are 2-year droughts to 14-year droughts. And then on the y-axis, the percent of the mean. And so what that means is you look at that, the dot down just above the 2, that's a 2-year drought, and the average annual stream flow is about 62% of average. So very short, extreme drought. But there's, all varieties of droughts, 2 years that were, not very severe to 14-year drought that was a moderate severity. Now, the important thing to look at is that the beige droughts are all the droughts prior to the 20th century. And the purple droughts are all the droughts in the 20th and 21st century. So you can see that the purple droughts, the droughts that occurred during the instrumental period, are just a subset of what we can see when we have a much longer record. And that just makes sense. A longer record is going to allow us to see the events that happen very, very rarely. That longer record just allows us to see that. So we've had a lot more, we've had longer droughts, we've had more severe droughts, than we've seen in the instrumental period. Of course, we can look at wet periods too. And that, I think, can be useful. This is the same reconstruction. It's smooth with the 20-year running average, and I'm looking at the 20 wettest, or the 6 wettest 20-year periods, non-overlapping 20-year periods. So we can see number 1 and number 2 are interesting. Those are the wettest 20-year periods in the record, and they come on the heels of some of the most significant and long-term droughts. And we don't know why that is, but it's worth remarking this. That number 1 wet period falls on the heels of that late 1500s drought that we saw on Stockton Jacoby's reconstruction. That second wettest period falls on the heels of the longest period of drought that we have on record in the 1100s. Now, what's also interesting to observe is of these 6, 3 of them occur near the more recent end, and in particular, 2 of those 6 occurred in the 20th century. So if anything, the 20th century appears to be wetter when you look at it in terms of these 20-year periods. And if you think about the droughts I showed you, the 20th century also appears to be one of the centuries that was characterized by fewer droughts. So that's something to keep in mind, and it's, I think, one of the things that these records provide is this perspective. Oh, actually, we've been living through a century that, if you think about natural variability, was actually a bit wetter. Conditions were more favorable than some of the past centuries. Okay, switching gears just a little bit, I want to talk about how these reconstructions have been used. And I'm going to be talking about some examples that are outside of the Colorado River Basin, but certainly it's just a set of examples. But to start with, I'm going to be talking about the Rio Grande near Del Norte, Colorado. This is a stream flow reconstruction that we did for the Rio Grande Water Conservation District a number of years ago. They were interested in groundwater pumping. If you know the San Luis Valley, you know they've had some real issues with overpumping of groundwater. this is, I think, in 2006, they're thinking about, well, we really need to gain an understanding of what the hydrology is doing. And we said, well, we can't reconstruct groundwater. They said, that's okay. If you can reconstruct the Rio Grande, that'll give us some idea of what's happening underneath. And so we did this reconstruction and we presented it to them and they went, wow, now we have a sense for just the range of natural variability that's occurring with the natural hydrology. And that kind of background information, I think, allowed them then to think about, well, this is the system what we're managing with our groundwater pumping. We need to keep in mind that there are periods of low flow and high flow in the natural system. Kind of at the other end of extremes, this is when a water agency or water provider is using a water system model. So agencies like Denver Water, Bureau of Reclamation have water supply system models that have inputs, and they can use it to test their system reliability. Several of them have used those tree reconstructions as input into the models to test their system performance under a broader range of variability and conditions that were afforded just from the gauge record. So Bureau of Reclamation in their 2007 environmental impact statement report used the tree reconstruction of Dave's and looked at various things in the Colorado River simulation system model, like, for example, what happens if we run the model using that 1100s drought, what happens to reservoir levels? So kind of like a what if, worst case scenario. This is a graphic from the Reclamation's River Basin study from 2012. And so they're using the paleo records, the treeing records here as one of a set of supply scenarios. So their supply scenarios included the observed record, some GCM projections, and then 2 versions of the tree ring record. And then they had demand scenarios as well. So they're just looking at possible futures. Another way that these records are being used or have been used is planning for worst case scenarios of drought. And I'm showing you an example here for Denver Water. We did work with them back in the early 2000s reconstructing the gauges in the upper basin that they were cared about and the South Platte. They had a water system model. They were looking at how droughts impacted their system model. They found that in the past 400 years, there were droughts that impacted their system more than their worst case scenario, which was the 1950s and the 2000s. So they report this. They also say, unfortunately, climate change could cause droughts to be worse than those of the last 400 years, and I'll get back to that. So in my work, I started out working in the Front Range and worked with a lot of water managers there in response to the early 2000s drought. And it was interesting work. A lot of people were interested in using the treeing record, and we kind of never heard how people actually use this information. And so when I was at the University of Arizona, I joined up with Jen Rice, who was a postdoc at the time, and my colleague Jeff Lucas, and we did a survey. And this is the question that we asked: how have treeing data been used by you, your organization, or organizations that you consult for? And here are the responses. And so these are a little bit general, but just to give you an idea, 75% said to broaden understanding of hydrologic variability. So that example for the Rio Grande, just to give people some awareness on the system. The system is variable. We do have droughts, we have wet periods. The instrumental period doesn't necessarily give us the full picture. 50% said to educate board and other decision makers. I think a lot of this information resonated with water managers, and they made decisions, and they wanted to justify decisions, and so they, shared this information with their boards and decision makers. And then the last one, 54% said to inform planning and decision making, and I wish I had more information on what that actually meant, because I'm curious about that. But I think there are a lot of different ways water managers and resource managers are using this information. I'm just hitting on a few of these. Okay, so getting back to what Denver Water said, getting back to what Roger has suggested, we have warming temperatures. This is not debatable. Given that, though, how are the records of past stream flow applicable to the future? Is the past an analog to the future? Well, that's a really fair question. Here's just one, description of what's happening with warming temperatures. They're affecting resources in a lot of different ways, but if you think about the Colorado River Basin and all the precipitation that occurs in the basin, only 1% of that actually makes it into the river. That's the way it's always been. That's runoff efficiency. However, that runoff efficiency is reducing because on the way to the river, a lot more of that moisture is being evaporated. There's other feedbacks and other things going on that are affecting the runoff efficiency, but it's reducing. So that graph shows percent of precipitation that becomes stream flow in the upper basin. In 1910, it was about maybe 19%. That trend line is reducing over time to about 14%. So basically, a result of the warming temperatures are we have less water in the river. So plausible scenarios for the future, I would argue that it's important to consider and to be aware of the natural variability of the system without the effects of climate change at all. There's important information there, I hope I've demonstrated. But we need to also think about the fact that we have warmer temperatures. So the tree ring community has been talking for a while about how do we combine the two to really provide plausible scenarios for the future. Again, something Roger talked about, what's plausible? And so we haven't done that yet. We have some proposals awaiting funding, we hope. But I just did this experiment for you today. This is not peer reviewed. So this is the experiment. There's been a number of studies that are peer reviewed that have tried to estimate the amount of decrease in runoff due per 1 degree C increase in temperature. And those studies have not come to an agreement of a certain amount. They've ranged from anywhere to a 2.5% decrease to more than 10% decrease. So that's not helpful. But for this experiment, I've decided to pick a conservative figure, say with per 1 degree of increase in temperature, let's say a 5 degree decrease in stream flow. And let's apply that to the stream flow reconstruction from Dave Miko's work. So here we have the original reconstruction in black, and the reconstruction that has a 5% decrease in stream flow in red. And it's not really surprising to see that it yanks that record down. So what are some numbers to attach to that? The average annual flow for the full reconstruction, the original reconstruction, was 14.65 million acre feet, which it's kind of the record, the instrumental period average right now. With a 5% decrease in flow, that average annual value is 13.92. I don't know if that's meaningful, but there's lots of different ways you could look at this. Here's another way to look at it. I'm looking at, again, drought conditions. These are single years and consecutive years below the instrumental period average. So I'm looking at duration in years and numbers of events. And the blue are the original reconstruction. The red is the reconstruction with a 5% decrease. And so you can see for single year events, we've got more than 90 single year events in the original reconstruction and something close to more like 70 in the reduced flow reconstruction. We also see we have more 3-year events in the original. But if you look at 5-year, 6-year, 7-year, and 8-year, we have more longer droughts in the reconstruction with reduced flow, which shouldn't be surprising. We also have 11-year, 14-year, 16-year, and 17 years of consecutive below average flow with 5% decrease in stream flow. So again, whether this is useful information from a practical viewpoint, I think that this is just a demonstration of what we could do if we took our natural variability and applied a plausible decrease based on what we know between the relationships between stream flow and temperature. So I'm going to leave it at that. That's kind of a lot. Just to summarize, tree rings provide a proxy record of long-term natural hydrologic variability. We're lucky in the Colorado River Basin that they do such a good job. I've done reconstructions in many places, rivers in California, in the Southwest. I'm currently working on a project in the Missouri River Basin. and the Colorado River. It's just so great to see that we have old trees that reliably replicate the variability that we're seeing in stream flow. The reconstructions of Upper Colorado River show that the gauge record doesn't reflect the full range of hydrologic variability that has occurred over the past. And I know that there's been, in particular, a headline that's been passed around in the news saying that the last 22 years of Colorado stream flow are the worst in 1,200 years. And we could talk about that, but it all sort of depends on how you define drought. So these long-term records have proven to be useful to water resource management in a variety of ways. Hopefully I've provided some examples of that, and they also, we can get plausible scenarios for the future if we include the natural hydrologic variability plus the effects of warming. And I haven't talked about decreases in precipitation because, as Roger showed, there's so much uncertainty regarding that for the Colorado River Basin that it's kind of, we can talk about temperature increases, and that still gives us some scenarios to work with. I think that's all I've got to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Connie. That I feel like I've been, am I on here? Okay.
They're coming at it.
Okay. Feel like I've been in science class. We're having issues. I have issues. Okay. So, anybody have questions for Connie? Oh, Bob. Nothing works here, so wait, hold on. Can you hear that? Let's try. Hello?
Connie, thank you for your presentation.
Wait a minute, we can't hear you.
Oh.
All right.
Connie, thank you very much for your very informative presentation. I just have one question. When you take a core from a live tree, what do you do with the holes?
Oh, excellent question. Excellent question. This we get kind of a lot. The tree community has discussed whether we're actually hurting the trees or not, and what to do about that hole. And certainly, you take a piece of wood out of the tree. The conifers that I sampled tend to have a lot of sap, and that sap will fill in that hole and self-heal that wound. We've talked about, should we plug it with wax? Should we, do something? And the consensus from my colleagues who are entomologists and plant disease specialists, they don't put anything in the hole, just let it heal itself. So they seem to do a good job. We go back years later, or a year later, and we can't even see the hole. Or sometimes we can see the sap dribbling out of it. So they do a pretty good job. It's like getting a shot, I like to think, ow for a minute.
Am I on? Other questions for Connie? So you got all that. There's going to be a slight quiz afterwards. I guess I have a question. So how, like the Colorado River District, do other organizations, are they accessing your research in order to make sound decisions? And are you finding people searching for more scientific, answers to predictability, I suppose?
Yeah, we work with the Colorado River District with Eric Kuhn and Dave Kanzer in the early 2000s, especially when people were starting to really get concerned about drought. Like, wow, is this the worst drought we've ever had? Or does the tree record show other droughts in the past? Is this all climate change, or is this part of the natural system? And so we worked with many water managers in Colorado, in Arizona, New Mexico, California, just to kind of get the records out there. And then, my sense is, and this is why it's a little bit hard to talk about how this information is being used, an awful lot of that information was sort of like background knowledge for those people. And there was a group of Upper Colorado River Basin managers I worked with through several projects, and we were sort of they would tell us what they were interested in, like the runoff efficiency I was talking about came from my discussions with them, oh, what about that? Can you look at that with the tree rings? And so we had projects that went on for quite a while, but it isn't like I can point to and say, oh yes, they're using this. But it's sort of like, I had one water manager who said, it informs my intuition. You know, just sort of like that background knowledge is, oh, you know, there's things that have happened in the past that, you know, we're aware of now. And we have to think about those as well as, you know, the impacts of climate change.
And another follow-up. Can you hear? It's always the technology. So am I interpreting it correctly that in the last 20 years, the droughts have been worse in previous years? I mean, I mean, I'm taking away better news than what I started out with. Am I correct in that assumption?
You know, that is a tricky question because it's how you define drought. You know, the study that I mentioned said, you know, the studies in the headlines about that this 22-year period from 2000 to 2021 is the worst 22-year period. If you look at 22-year averages and you look at the data they were looking at, which wasn't stream flow, it was actually a drought metric. That's true. It was the worst 22-year period. Now, what metric of drought you want to look at? I see almost 6 decades of almost continuous below average flow in the 1100s. We have seen nothing like that. We have seen our worst. If you define drought as consecutive years below the long-term average, the worst thing we've seen is 5 years. So it depends on the metric.
So we have one more question. I just wanted to follow up by saying that's part of why, if we always see through the lens of how awful everything is, I mean, so when that you can really rely on the science to put it in perspective. And that's what, so I'm delighted to hear your presentation and have some sense of that what we are told, and I think Roger spoke to it, the media, we see everything through a catastrophic lens. And when you look at science, it helps you feel a little bit better about looking at the long-term perspective. So I don't want to go away with the wrong impression. So that's why I wanted to follow up.
Right, yeah.
So Brittany, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Woodhouse. Brittany Dixon, Executive Director of Club 20. I was just wondering, and maybe you don't have an answer for this, but what impact, if any, does hydraulic energy have on these tree ring studies?
So in terms of the management of the, so you're saying in terms of the hydropower on stream flow that we might be looking at, and whether the trees does that confuse what we're seeing in the reconstruction?
Right, depending on where you're taking this data from in the trees.
Right, yeah, that's an interesting question. Again, first of all, we're using estimates of natural flow. So the records that we're calibrating our model against don't have those kinds of impacts, although we're also looking at annual flow, which might not matter as much with hydropower. And the other thing that I want to emphasize is that we're not sampling trees that are growing right down by the river, because those trees have their roots in the water table and they are not very sensitive to variation. So the rings are all about the same size and they're not useful. So there's some indirect, we're using the indirect relationship so that, you know, we've gotten the same question about things like forest fires. You know, that impacts the runoff, you know, and are we seeing, you know, does that sort of add some uncertainty to our reconstructions? Again, we're using estimates of natural flow, and we're relying, those are not perfect, of course. So there's uncertainty there, and then we're using trees that are sensing the entire watershed, not the actual stream flow directly.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. We'll give Connie a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Woodhouse. Originally, when I was thinking about the naming this water summit, we were talking about, I feel like it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, because now we're going to hear about fire. So let me introduce our next speaker. And, you know, I hope that you all walk away. I don't know if some of you feel like you've been in Science 101 or, you know, 1001. It definitely, these water summits always supply additional data for me to then inform my decision. And just to give it a little bit, we have Tammy Randall Parker right now, and then we're going to have lunch, and then we have the water storage panel. So please stick around, and lunch will be here at some point in the future, unless you just want to eat more donuts. So first of all, in your program, if you thought that Tammy looks a lot like Dan Dallas. This is not Dan Dallas. Much prettier. Don't tell him that. But Tammy works for the U.S. Forest Service, and thank goodness she was able to stand in for Dan. Dan was called away. His boss had an additional job for him to do. But Tammy has 34 years of experience in working with the U.S. Forest Service, and she's been around here forever. She's done some other tasks in other areas. She's worked as a district ranger in Region 2 and 3 for 16 years, and then she was the Uray District Ranger. So she's done all sorts of collaboratives. We've interacted for years just in her work with the forest, and has an unbelievable amount of knowledge. And one of the first times I met her was during the Montrose U leadership program that the city of Montrose sponsors. And we were out at the Montrose Forest Products. Mike Husar is here somewhere. And it was unbelievable to listen to Tammy and hear the story of how the products get to Montrose Forest Products, and she's a wealth of information. So she's going to talk a little bit about the intersection of forest and water, which plays an important role. And if you haven't gotten it by now, all the dots connect: water, climate, forest, availability, stream flow, drought. It all goes together. And so that's why we chose the speakers we chose today. So help me welcome Tammy. Come on up to the stage. Help me welcome Tammy. Do you want to walk around, or do you want to stay? Okay. Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's going to be great. And then let's see, just the arrows. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that'd be great. Right. Yes, if anybody knows Dan Dallas, he's about 6'7". So I am not Dan Dallas, but I do work with Dan Dallas a lot. I've been on an incident management team that goes out and fights fires for the last 13 years. And Dan is the IC, and I am his liaison officer. And we were on a fire together in Pueblo last week, and Dan wasn't able to make it. And he said, they're having this water forum in Montrose, Colorado. Could you speak for me? And I said, I would absolutely love to. And it was great to show up here today and see so many friends and colleagues that I have not had the opportunity to see in a few years. So I feel very welcome and look forward to speaking with you today about where water meets the forest. So let's see. There we go. Oh, no, that's the wrong slide. There we go. All right. So as you all know, there is a lot of water that flows from forest lands. Our high countries take up the snow melts, it goes into rivers and streams that we love to fish and play in and enjoy. And eventually that water ends up in reservoirs and lakes downstream. And we talked about some of those in the past presentations today. And about 20% of all the municipal water that originates in this country is from your 193 million acres of national forests. National forests are the headwaters of the nation. 80% of rivers are fed by water from national forests. And a little bit of history for you here. There was a slide that Robert put up this morning that I found very fascinating when it showed where our energy had come from over time. And I noted that from 1776 to 1890, most of the energy that was produced in the country, in the United States, came from wood. And so that's probably why in 1897, the Organic Act was passed. If you recall, thinking back in history, there were no public lands, there was no management of our public lands across the United States. And so the Organic Act was passed by Congress and set aside forest reserves. And those reserves, and I'll read from this, were put in place by Congress to secure favorable conditions for water flows. That was the primary purpose. There was concern about water, what was happening with resource damage across the United States. And Congress knew we needed to protect water in this country, and we got the Organic Act, which set up forest reserves. Then in 1905, the Forest Service and the USDA was formed, and we got our national forests. And that have continued to pass additional laws, as you all know, sometimes way too many laws, we all know. It helps, it can impede us getting stuff done, but to further help protect our national forests. All right, well, this is a really cool picture, so take a look. So much of the water that originates on National Forest System lands ultimately leaves the forest. This is a map based on some water yield research that the Forest Service has recently conducted. And the major waterways in the US are color-coded by the relative amount of water from national forests that contribute to these rivers. So if you can see, some of them are dark purple. For those, approximately 75 to 100% of all the water that's in that river system comes from your forest lands. And then the lighter blue, et cetera. And you're probably kind of honing in there, right, on Colorado. We've been talking about the Colorado River and basin, and you can see where the water's coming from. All right, some more cool factoids for you. So populations served by waters from forest lands. A more recent study quantified the amount of surface drinking water that comes from, again, forest lands. And this map shows the percentage of populations who are served by those water supplies. And so the bigger circles that you see mean bigger population centers, and the cooler colors, the blue and purple, those smaller dots, indicate that a significant percentage of the population's water supply comes from forests. So what should really stand out to you here? What's the most purple and blue state up there? Right where we sit in Colorado. We really, really depend on surface water that comes off of our forests. You also see California, Washington, and Oregon, and that's quite a bit different if you look at the eastern United States. Again, why water is so important, as Sue indicated with that bottle of whiskey up here as we began. All right, and just a few more factoids. 150 million people could be served by the water that comes off of just Wyoming and Colorado. I didn't know that before some good folks in the Forest Service put this slide together for me. And 17 million acre feet originates from Wyoming and Colorado. And that feeds several rivers, the Arkansas, the Cheyenne, the Colorado, the Platte, Rio Grande, and the Yellowstone. So I've spent a lot of time, the last few slides, talking about how much water is coming from your forests and how it contributes to us as a population for our use in drinking water. But as you all know, I know you live on the West Slope and you love to play and enjoy your national forests. You know, water does a lot of other things for the resources that we manage. And biological diversity, this is a beautiful fish. Our water is extremely important for streams and providing recreation opportunities. And I know a lot of people in this room are in the agricultural business, and the water that comes off the forest is extremely important to the food supply for the country and the crops that we grow here in this valley. And so all of these are things that when we think about the work we do to manage your public lands, these are the things that we're thinking about that are important to all of you that we need to manage for. Maybe got it. Nope. Well, it's missing a little piece, but that's okay. So this next part, I want to talk about what we're doing in the Forest Service to protect the watersheds. What are the projects that we're doing to improve watershed? And the first one up there is road and trail rehabilitation. And you know, a lot of our waterways and streams are impacted not by the actions of today, but a lot of it is what has gone on in the past. I'm glad that my previous speakers talked a lot about the importance of the past and looking at that, because it's true in forest management as well. Any of you have ever been in the San Juan Mountains know, we have a rich mining history and logging history that in the past there were a lot of roads and trails created that were not built with any kind of engineering standards. And so we continue today to work on projects that repair or eliminate some of those old roads and trails because of the problems they're causing to stream and water quality. Another one is invasive species management. This is something that has been around for a while but continues to emerge. And I know there's some people in this room that have spent a lot of their life working on this very issue. There's tamarisk and salt cedar that can affect our riparian areas, and cheatgrass and fire is huge. And all of us continue to try and work on that. But invasive species management is something that can have a tremendous impact on water quality and water flows. Also, rangeland management and meadow restoration. We have some really good livestock permittees on the western slope that are very conscientious and work with us all the time to help continue to manage cattle, put in fences, to improve riparian and protect water quality. Also, channel reconstruction, and a lot of what I'm going to talk about from here on out is the topic of forest restoration, and explain that to you and the impacts that it is having on our forests and our watersheds. But first, all of these projects, we don't do alone. For the last at least 25 years of my career, the big part of doing work on forested lands is in partnership. And in Colorado, the Forest Service has partnered with multiple municipal water providers and local businesses, state partners that help us to support resilient and landscapes and reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. On the Front Range, there's a lot of very big projects that are help funded by municipal agriculture, Denver Water, etc. And they're investing because 3.4 million municipal water customers could be affected by devastating effects to watersheds from fires. Also, there's 900,000 acres of agricultural land that can be impacted by fire. And a project near and dear to my heart that occurred here on the western slope from 2008 to 2020 was the Uncompahgre Collaborative Forest Restoration Project. And there's a lot of people in this room today that I recognize that helped work on that. The project was spearheaded by the Public Lands Partnership, the Uncompahgre Plateau Project, the Colorado Forest Restoration Institute. And during that 10-year time frame, we successfully leveraged about $20 million using the Collaborative Forest Restoration Project, our partners such as CPW, the Mule Deer Foundation, the Wild Turkey Federation, et cetera, to restore about 20,000 acres on the Uncompahgre Plateau. So, and round 2 is coming. We worked a lot on the west side of the plateau during that time period, and now the project is going to be moving to the east side, which is really, really exciting. Let's see. So I've been talking about improving watershed through forest health projects, and some may be more familiar with what I'm talking about than others. So I wanted to give you an example. So if you look at the picture on the left up here, you see a forest that's very dense, and that's frankly what a lot of our forests still look like today. So we got a lot of work to do. But that forest is choked out by a lot of shrubs, spruce that shouldn't be there, that traditionally is a ponderosa pine or less dense mixed conifer stand. And what we're doing is we're partnering with our logging community, our contractors that can go in and thin these stands out for us in a mechanical way. And the trees, some of them can be used like right here in the local mill in Montrose. Some of the material can't be used by then, so we lop and scatter it or mulch it in some way. But when we're done, what it looks like is the picture on the right. And what made forests look like they do on the right historically is really what I want to talk about for the remainder of this talk. And that is the removal of fire from the landscape. We can do a lot with thinning, and we are, and continue to do that. But historically, what shaped our forests all across the western United States was natural fire. And so following thinning, we are doing the best we can with reintroducing prescribed fire, and in some places trying our very best to again allow natural fire or lightning ignited fires to help improve forest health and ultimately protect our watersheds. So what is prescribed fire? You know, prescribed fire, some people call it controlled burns, others, prescribed burns, controlled burns, but we have some really skilled people in our agency and in state agencies and in the private sector that can go in and apply fire to the ground under very specific weather conditions and use these prescribed burns to help thin out all of those unnatural fuels that shouldn't be there today. And then natural ignitions, unfortunately, we still snuff most of them out today. I told you I work on an incident management team with Dan, and that's what we get called out to do, is to put fires out. But sometimes we get the right strike in the right place and the right time, and we're able to work with our team and effectively herd that fire around and clear out the forests, clear out the dense fuels, and help to restore forests. And I'm just here today to say, you know, I'm kind of coming to the end of my career, but this is the one thing that we really have to get together on across the western United States. This is the tool, prescribed fire, and managing these ignitions is what's going to protect the watersheds that we're talking about today. And if we don't, you know, we're just going to continue to see large catastrophic fires that do damage to watersheds and are not going to get us in a different place. And it has really changed. I've seen it changed over my career in the last 34 years with how fires burn. It used to be we could go out and easily put fires out, but we can't today. Climate change is changing that, and our fires just keep getting worse because our forests become more dense. So I'm going to put up a pretty picture here of a nice low-intensity fire, and if you'll bear with me, I'd like to read to you something that I frequently like to read to our firefighters when they think about the past and where we might head for the future. And this is from a book. It's called Mimicking Nature's Fire. It's Restoring Fire-Prone Forests in the West. It's written by Stephen Arno and Carl Feidler. Prior to 1900, fires burned an estimated 20 million acres per year in the western United States, about 8 times the annual average of wildfires and prescribed fires today. About 6 million acres of historic burning was in forest and woodlands, and the remaining 14 million in grasslands, sagebrush, and chaparral. In the inland west, grass-covered valleys and plateaus served as flammable conduits for landscape-scale fire to race from one area of mountain forest to another. Pioneer geologist John Lee Wesley Powell portrayed the West as a region of smoke and fire. This past season, I passed through South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho by train. Among the valleys with mountains on every side, during all that trip, a mountain was never seen. This was because fires in the mountains created such a smoke that the whole country was enveloped by it and hidden from view. That has been the experience of my surveying crews for the last 20-odd years, year by year in the region. They never saw the mountains, 20-odd years coming out here. That's how much fire was on the landscape out west. Could fires spread through the landscape today as they did historically? Something to think about, but that's what kept our forests healthy, and that's what kept our watersheds healthy. I don't know that the recreationists that come to Colorado or to our western states are ever going to buy into that, but we at least have to think about getting back to somewhere near that number if we're ever going to make a difference and change the future. So I got some good news for you. On the western slope last year, up on the Grand Valley District, they did a 7,000 acre prescribed fire. That's the largest fire that the forest has been able to do really in recent history. And so kudos. Our land managers know this is the right thing to do, and the communities are supporting those actions to allow this to take place. So that is fantastic, and it speaks to all the people in the room here that are willing to start looking at that scale of prescribed fire, because in the past, a lot of them have been 100, 2 acres. So 7,000 acres is great. Next year, they're hoping for 15,000 acres and to grow from there. I want to share with you, in case you haven't heard about this, on a larger scale, what's going on in the Forest Service. And it's confronting the wildfire crisis. And so in 2002, the Forest Service released the Wildfire Crisis Strategy. The strategy combines an historic and investment from congressional funding with years of scientific research and planning into a national effort that will dramatically increase the scale of forest health treatments and protecting our nation's watersheds. Through the bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress appropriated a record $1.4 billion to start putting the wildfire crisis strategy into action. There were 10 landscapes originally chosen for this investment, 8 in 8 different western states. And in Colorado, those investments, that we have several on the Front Range. Through the work on these landscapes, 3.2 million acres, along with some other things like the Collaborative Forest Restoration Project, were accomplished in 2022. And then very exciting in 2023, the Inflation Reduction Act provided additional funding to the agency, and 11 additional landscapes were selected. And you can see the goals here, and I want you to look at one in particular. 30 million acres of the restoration projects that we're talking about actually are to occur on state, private, and tribal lands, 20 million acres on national forest lands. And again, looking ahead, more good news for the Western Slope. In October of 2024, the Grand Mesa is expected to be selected as a national priority landscape. So let's hope that happens and the money comes down for it. The project is in an area where 30% of the Colorado River Basin is fed by this section or this portion of land. Lots of good partners here. We have Delta, Mesa County, the city of Grand Junction, and very excited that American Rivers is looking to be the key partner, to be the stakeholder and convener of this project. So more good news coming for the West Slope to help protect our watersheds and our forests. So in closing, I just want to leave you with a few thoughts. And again, I thank you for having me here. And I think our future looks really, really bright. But wildfire risk reduction and restoration objectives of watershed improvement partnerships need to continue. And this is the right place to do it. I've worked myself personally in several states and in several different regions, and I think one of the coolest things and the most unique things about the western slope of Colorado is the long-term relationships and partnerships and collaboration that's been done here. I just got to give a shout out. I don't know if everybody in this room knows this, but you know, the Public Lands Partnership started here like 25 years ago, and unfortunately it's not active right now. But it was one of the first partnerships formed in all of the United States that was really effective at bringing people together, bringing money to the Western Slope, and it really did, from a Forest Service perspective, help reduce the controversy that comes around doing some of these projects. You know, you work in some areas and cutting trees and doing prescribed burning is just off the table because of people not understanding or having a good background and knowing that these things are a good thing to do and working it out together. So the collaboration here has always been awesome. The high-risk landscapes identified in the 10-year wildfire crisis strategy overlap with source watersheds along the Front Range and soon will be coming in alignment on the Western Slope. Forest health treatments improve source watersheds and improve the quality of water delivered to the downstream users. And prescribed fire and managing fire on the landscape is absolutely critical and is the tool that shaped our Western landscapes. 100 years of counting of active fire suppression is continuing to damage our forests and our watersheds. So we need to stop deferring that risk to the future and continue to take action now. And again, we have a lot of experience here on the Western Slope, and I think throughout all of Colorado. And the future's looking bright for taking care of our forests and our watersheds. And I thank you for your time today, and open to questions. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. That the timber industry could utilize. So it's a win-win for both. we can get rid of those trees, they can be utilized, and we lower our fire risk. So, very good question. Thank you. Okay.
And they logged until Michigan finally said, what does logging affect the watershed out here? How does it affect it?
So the logging that we do in the western United States today, again, I've been around for 34 years, and I can attest to you this. My background actually is a wildlife biologist, okay? I started out protecting wildlife and sometimes being a person that wasn't so pro about timber extraction. But timber extraction is very beneficial to us in trying to do the things that I talked about, trying to reduce the forest densities. And so we need to do it where we can. Sometimes when we're doing the thinning, though, it takes more than traditional logging practices to do it, because a lot of the trees are smaller, and so it takes other mechanized equipment to go in and mulch or get rid of the smaller trees. But I feel really good about all of the things that we've put in play over the years with how we do logging. There's a lot that goes into working with protecting stream courses. There's lots of surveys that occur before we do logging to protect archaeological resources, wildlife resources, recreational trails, etc. So a lot of careful planning goes into the forest restoration work we're doing. And I really like to say that. I mean, our timber folks are our forest restorationists, along with our folks that are doing prescribed burning. So, does that help?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Hey there, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Just a follow up, though. She's really short. And how much retrofitting does the timber mill have to do to accommodate all those different size of timber? And can you speak to that?
Well, that goes back to, I think, when you were talking about, we went to the Montrose mill after it reopened, and a lot of work went into the local mill here to not only take large trees, but to take smaller diameter trees and come up with new products from those. And so that's really been key over the years, is to work with our industry partner to make sure that the mills that we're building and the products that we're trying to produce are in line with what we need to have happen on the forest. Did that make sense?
Yeah, and also I just to the I know we have to have all the short people and then all the tall people. That businesses have to have an economic investment in order to adapt to that is kind of what I was getting at. So the partnership. So when the forest restricts the amount of timber that can be harvested, then the one mill we have here has to make considerable economic changes and investments in their business. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, and then Mike's in the audience; he might want to say something.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
No, absolutely. And, more and more new wood products are also coming online. I just went to Atlanta, Georgia. And who's familiar with mass timber? Raise your hand if you've heard of mass timber. Very few. That would be a great little thing to bring forward. There's some new things going on out there with how we would be constructing our homes, our shopping centers in the future that would lessen the amount of concrete and steel that we would use in this country and go back to a renewable resource, and that is trees. When I was in Atlanta, Georgia, they are putting up, I think it's a 5-story, almost a quarter, this building was huge. And it's going to be a mall and a shopping center and places to eat. And it's being built with mass timber. They look like Legos, and it takes a special facility to do it. But they were able to build this entire building in about 8 weeks, in a fraction of the time that it took to build the concrete structure. And they built it, I believe, off a piece of land that was approximately 50 acres with trees that were 26 years old. That's renewable. If we can grow trees in 26 years and build a building out of it versus concrete and steel. So I'm not explaining that very well, I'm sorry, but that would be something to have someone come talk to you about. So there's new products.
So this is a question that's going to be addressed to all three speakers. So I don't know if you want to join us, and we wanted to catch you, Roger, before you had to jump off and take a plane. So where's your height?
Right here. Thank you. Good morning. So we had a lot of climate science this morning. My hair's kind of blown back at all the facts and figures, and I'm trying to put myself in perspective with all the producers that are here. A lot of people use a lot of water. And there are people here who are maybe century ranches and thinking about the next century. And I hear from you, Tammy, like actually we hear from a lot of climate kind of alarmism that wildfires are a huge crisis. And I'm hearing from you this morning, actually more fire, maybe better. And if we could get back to, 100 years ago, there were 8 times as many fires as today. That really struck me. And so I'm wondering if the conclusion from the other panelists this morning is so we heard, from Andy, yes, definitely climate change is happening and it's real, something we all have to deal with. And from Roger, yeah, but not like 8 degrees climate change. It's, something a little more manageable. And yes, we still have to plan to it and account for it. But then, Connie, as I look at I loved your chart back to 700, and it's pretty flat. While it's a very squiggly line, and we've had very, much more severe droughts than we're in at the moment. It strikes me that, yes, climate change is a driver, and the natural variations could be just as much, maybe a bigger crisis that we might be in at the moment. The natural cycles are what we need to be prepared for. And I wonder is a message here that resiliency of where we need to be in all our policy today. Is that the takeaway? Yes, we know we're in a crisis. We know that things are getting warmer. Less water that falls on the land is making it into the stream flows. But it seems like maybe this is a solvable problem. And independent of climate or left or right or politics, there's just a natural variability and a resiliency that we need to build the policy for. And I'm kind of curious from the panelists here, does that feel like a fair takeaway to you? And is that the tee up for the storage panel this afternoon? If a year ago at this talk, I think we might have probably heard the word Deadpool said about 100 times. It was like we couldn't dry up enough farmland fast enough to keep Powell and Meade from going below Deadpool. And maybe this year's a little different. But is this really a discussion about storage and resiliency and policy over the longest time frame?
I'll start, and then I'm going to pass it around. But absolutely. Our forests need to be what I sometimes call a quilt of many colors and doing different things because we don't know what's going to get thrown at us. But the past is a good indicator of, what we need to shoot for because things are way out of whack today. And so everything that we're doing today is to try to build resiliency into the system to be able to, see whatever gets thrown at us in the future.
Well, yeah, I think resiliency is a key. I think though that's easy to say, I guess. I mean, the other side of it is that in terms of water resources, we have an over-allocated system. We have droughts that happen naturally. We have droughts that are exacerbated by climate warming. So it's not going to be easy. So, but yes, I agree. I think resilient management is going to be really crucial.
Yeah, I think it's a perfectly fair takeaway. I mean, what I would say, one thing I took, the most striking thing from Connie's presentation was the 1100s. Yeah. So, I mean, if this community or another community were to say, all right, let's just assume the 1100s happen again and we've doubled our population. Let's just game that out. What does that look like? What happens? I've often used this phrase that we need to prepare for the past before we can prepare for the future. I'm pretty sure if this community is ready for the 1100s, that whatever happens in the next few decades, climate change included, you'll be in good shape, and that's resilience. That's robust. That's means we're ready for whatever happens. Of course, things could be worse than the 1100s, but let's just start there as a good place to plan, because we know since it did happen, it can happen again. And we don't have to argue about computer models.
Great, thanks very much. So I understand our system is over allocated, and I'll cheat a little bit and ask a question to the next panel and say, do we have the infrastructure today in place to be able to survive an event like the 1100s?
Thank you. He wasn't a plant, I swear. Tammy, you ready?
Oh, sure.
Hi, just a couple comments from recent discussions and one of our questioners just now. I spent 25 years in Southwest Michigan, and from a historical perspective, the deforestation, especially of the northern Lower Peninsula, was a result of the Great Chicago Fire, and we've got some great sand dunes on Lake Michigan shoreline to play in as a result of that. Also, you talked about beetle kill. In the space of 3 to 4 years, beetle kill pine came from like a boutique, cheap way of like doing a ceiling in your house, to now there's such a shortage because it's trendy, bring it on. And then finally, my main question is, I didn't see it on the agenda this time, but I think Andy was the one that talked last year about the Colorado River Basin, and it was a different perspective, right? Last year we didn't, it was before, the record snowfalls and the wet spring. Is anybody going to talk about, today and the near future on the Colorado River Basin politics? California was, in the first time in their history, going to take a water cut, and that kind of went away this spring, right? So I'll just leave that up to discussion.
The water storage panel can touch on that a bit, but yeah, we normally get an update from Andy on this year's the Colorado River and the upper and lower basin. But as you saw, he just was here by video. So, but we can get that information to you for sure. Okay, Justin.
Yeah, the blue stain that comes with the beetle kill trees, I wish that we had your problem, because that might help us get rid of more wood. So.
I don't even know where to start with questions. This is you deal with so much up in those forests. It's a really complicated thing. We had some really interesting questions a couple minutes ago, and I thought that was kind of took a lot of what I was going to come to the microphone with. I have some statements too, I guess. I think that that salvage timber with that beetle kill, that was a really cool thing that we've done in the last years, but that's quickly becoming an unviable product for our producers. So when that drops off the table, I think that's an important conversation to have, is how can you promote resilience and adaptability in these forests with using industry and using the tools that we have to make those things happen. My question to you to start with, I guess, would be, we're seeing these communities on the Front Range that are doing resiliency treatments. A lot of those communities don't have the luxury of having a mill. So this is an out-of-pocket cost to that specific Forest Service office, or they may be collecting grant funding and tax dollars from other entities. I'm assuming that a lot of that funding is going to be competitive. If we did not have the mill to do some of that work here, would we be competitive in those processes, and how much are we currently doing on the landscape that is not tied to timber harvest, and how competitive would we be in those processes if it was a watershed that's affecting the Denver metro area?
Some of that I can't answer. I'm just not as familiar. It's been a few years since I knew a lot of details about what's going on the Front Range.
I put you on the spot. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And Dan, if he was up here, You know, he works at that level these days and could probably give you a better answer, but we could get back to you. But I think, you know, you brought up a point, you know, across at least the state of Colorado, we were really focused on some resiliency type things. I mentioned the Uncompahgre Plateau, and you're very familiar. I mean, that's where we need to be, right? And then we just couldn't do everything all at once. It was not capable. We weren't capable of doing that for various reasons. So we switched over to removing the beetle killed trees, right? And now some of that, everything that was accessible and we could get to has pretty much been taken care of, or they're no longer viable, right? They've decayed to a point where it's not. So I think that's where we're now. We're going to be switching back to more of these resiliency type cuts. And so I'm really excited about hearing that that's going to start happening on that Grand Valley project up north. And, you know, when we were working on the plateau, we were really focused on the west side, and now they're going to move to the east side. And those will be in resiliency treatments. And, you know, just what little I've learned, you know, nationally, the resiliency treatments, the bug thing has come and gone, you know, across the West. It still ebbs and flows. So, you know, my understanding, a lot of that wildfire crisis strategy money is going into doing more prescribed burns and doing more of the resiliency treatments in our forests that we desperately need.
I think sometimes nomenclature can get in the way of some of this stuff. Okay. So I think oftentimes people kind of, they place these treatments in different categories. Resiliency treatments are over here, timber's over here, in some people's minds. Yeah. Am I right to think that all of our timber projects, or when those timber projects are laid out, that resiliency is a significant consideration in those timber projects that we're doing here on the GMUG?
Well, I like to think so, at least what I continue to see in my observations, because I'm not as close to it anymore. Been doing some different things, but you know, that might be another one just to get back with you on, and I can have Sean and folks at the forest get you some better numbers on that. But
these are kind of leading questions too.
Yeah,
I mean, I
yeah,
think that's.
yeah.
I think our timber producers are such a valuable partner in some of this stuff. And I
Oh,
think,
absolutely, we have to have them. And I always thought that was the beauty when we were working on the plateau. We were working hand in hand and trying to figure out how you balance, right? You balance the timber extraction with restoring the forests. And I was always excited. I thought we did a pretty good job. And the mill always shined through, especially when they started taking blue spruce that they never thought that they could use at the mill, and they were able to do so.
I think Sue's trying to get me out of here, but
you always have great questions,
well,
and it's great to see you.
Hey, great to see you too. One last really quick thing. I mean, this, you know, being involved in these forest restoration projects has been something that's been really rewarding to me, and I think. Recently, as we transition into more of those green tree resiliency treatments, there are there's some opposition to that, and I don't think that's
Darn it.
Well, I don't think it's well reasoned in a lot of ways, to tell you the truth. And I think I'd encourage everybody in the audience when they see you know, newspaper articles or something like that where some of these special interest groups are kind of vilifying the Forest Service or vilifying some of these forest restoration projects or our timber producers, I'd really encourage you to really dig into that and try and get the best information you can about the benefits of these projects and how hard our Forest Service
Maybe
staff
try
is working.
to bring back together that public lands partnership that helped do that kind of work for us for many, many years. I'm telling you, that was a real treasure and asset for the Western Slope, and I hope someday people think about how to bring that back together, because it helped with that part.
Yeah, thanks, Danny.
Thank you. Good ending.
Tammy, thank you. Thank you for pitch hitting on the moderator job. You know, it's interesting. I just saw a commercial the other day, and one of my questions to Tammy was how many of the fires are the percentage are human caused or are natural lightning strikes? Do you have that percentage? Another on the spot. So, you know, Dan Dallas, who we had originally scheduled, and we're glad Tammy was able to step in, but, you know, what was impactful for me when I heard him speak was that he said, fire does not act the same as it did. So it's behaving differently because of the higher temperatures and the drought and those kinds of things. And so even fire response they have to look at it different. But, you know, I saw the old Smokey Bear commercial and how, you know, only you can prevent forest fires. And what had occurred to me is, well, I can't prevent the lightning. So there's a natural human element to this whole thing. And I think we have to start being practical about how we view these things. And I hope whatever you take from this conference is that what the gentleman said is, let's step back, let's not be emotional, let's make sure we're relying on facts, figures, and science, not what we think or believe, unless it's based on fact. And so I hope that's what your takeaway is, Connie. I loved your presentation. Thank you for putting that in perspective, and hope you can stick around. It is lunchtime, for those of you who are ready for that, and we have lunch on both sides. It's provided by Pinecone Catering. And there's ham and Swiss, there's chicken salad, and vegetarian and gluten. And the gluten and the vegetarian are on the far left, is that right? Down here? Far left, over here. And so if you'd like to break on either side, we're probably going to start the panel a little bit earlier, the water storage panel. But I know that the water storage folks want to get together, so hopefully you guys have that all organized. And finally, I want to thank the Uncompahgre water users, Tri-County Water, Ouray water users for all helping sponsor this. It really is important for all of us to get together and be knowledgeable about what's going on in our community, and there's nothing more complex than water, and then where water meets the forest, and I think we've sort of landed it all on you today. So thank you all. Give yourselves a round of applause, and the speakers that we've had so far, and thank you for coming, and we'll see. So break for lunch, you know where the bathrooms are, and we're going to show you a video here while you, for your enjoyment. So thank you all. It's not like they're going to go, where's the... I know. With that, I'm going to introduce Bob Herford, and Bob and Aaron Clay. Aaron Clay is a retired water, well, sort of retired. We don't really let you retire, but water attorney, very well known in the area, very experienced in the realm of water. And our Division 4 water engineer for the state of Colorado, Bob Herford, are going to moderate this panel. So I'll turn it over to Bob now, and they can take it away. So I know it's lunch, you're probably tired. Get a cup of coffee, and then we'll get energetic here. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. We get down to the home stretch here, and you talked the great little video, yes. And ag is near and dear to our hearts here, as is water storage, very near and dear to my heart. Yes, we got going here. I mean, look at this lake. This is up on the Grand Mesa. You can go up to the Grand Mesa during the summer like this and spend a Saturday. It doesn't cost you a nickel. There's no admission fee. We get to enjoy these wonderful resources, but they do have a purpose. And we're going to talk about that. One of the other things, and Sue, don't be afraid. I'm not going to give me just a little bit of rope. I have to tee some of this up. And as we get going, I think she gets nervous that I'm going to take the stage. Promise I won't. So anyway, in Colorado, we are blessed with many natural lakes and many man-made reservoirs, and they are used for a wide range of uses, many competing uses. And if you're a resident of Colorado, you've heard about the Colorado Water Plan. Now this was launched by our governor, and to create a plan for the development and sustainability of our water resources into the future for the state of Colorado. Storage has been identified as a critical component of that water plan and the development of storage. So what are these reservoirs really here for? We're going to talk about that. Do we need more? Do we have enough? That kind of stuff. The next thing I wanted to talk about is I'll introduce our fellows here to my right, and Steve and Mike and Steve Fletcher. Alan Distel is not here. He was representing the Bostwick Water Conservancy District, Bostwick Park. I'm not sure where Alan is actually, but these fellows represent the owners of the largest water rights here in our Gunnison Basin. So they have a lot of knowledge in this area, and they have a lot to say. The other thing I'd like to talk about is, before we get going, let me just spend a couple of minutes on something called the priority system. Okay, this is the Gunnison Basin that we're talking about. This is where we reside, and we're hemmed in by a bunch of 14ers for the most part all around our basin. And our basin extends from the Utah-Colorado border all the way to clear up to, we got McClure Pass and Cottonwood Pass, Monarch Pass, and so quite a large area. But let me give you just 45 seconds on the priority system. If you're new to Colorado, the people of the state of Colorado, they own the water in the state of Colorado. It's the people's water. The court is the place that would award a decree for the use of that water. And you go to water court with an application, you end up with a decree that entitles you to use water in the state of Colorado for the purposes that are described in that decree. And the decree has a date on it. That's the adjudication date. That gets your line in the priority system. And you might hear people talk about a river call, a call for water. The most senior water rights in the state of Colorado are entitled to use water first in times of shortage. So if you're a senior water right owner, and let's say your irrigation ditch is not being satisfied, you're entitled to contact your water commissioner and say, hey, I'm short. I want you to curtail all the junior water users upstream from me until I'm satisfied. And that's their job. We call that administration. So there's another buzzword, a jargon that you might hear. You might hear the word call. You might hear the word administration. Administration just means we're making sure that the water is going to those who are entitled to be receiving it in priority, okay? So I'll get those kind of things out of the way. And we talk about I'm going to try to save a little bit of time. Covered shortage, covered water rights. Now, let's move on, and I want to get the panel engaged, and we'll start talking about storage here in our Gunnison Basin. And I'm going to hand it over to Steve Pope with the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Steve Pope. I'm the manager of the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, and we operate the Uncompahgre Project and the Gunnison Tunnel. One of the components of this is Taylor Park Reservoir. So at the tunnel, we have a direct flow water right of roughly 1,250 CFS. If there is not 1,250 CFS of water available to us under that priority or inflow into the Aspinall unit, we have the ability to place a call on the upper Gunnison Basin. What we choose to do is we hold water in Taylor Park Reservoir, which lies, would be southeast of Crested Butte, northeast of Gunnison, and holds around 106,000 acre feet of water. We make releases out of that reservoir to supplement the flows in the Gunnison River. Then we can divert that through the tunnel down into the Uncompahgre Valley and it to be utilized on our farms. We irrigate roughly 84,000 acres of farm ground in Montrose and Delta County. Just generally speaking, the southernmost border of our property or our system is around Vernal, just north of Kelowna, and we go all the way to Delta. But this reservoir, back to Taylor Park, it's a critical part of our system. Our tunnel can only deliver that 1,250 CFS, and it's not sufficient for our whole system. So in times when the flows in the Gunnison River are less, then we rely heavily on that reservoir storage. We work in cooperation with folks in the upper Gunnison Basin to manage the releases up there from Taylor Park down through the Taylor River into Blue Mesa. to be used at our tunnel, but we also try to manage, those releases to benefit the fishery, the recreation folks, and the irrigators along the way in the Upper Gunnison. But that really is our savings account, if you will. And 106,000 acre feet sounds like a lot of water. It really isn't. That's one of the challenges we face is that wouldn't satisfy us for a fraction of the year. On average, we divert about 500,000 acre feet through the Gunnison Tunnel of direct flow water. So this, having this little bit of storage, it can make or break us.
So this year was a big water supply year. And a lot of water in the Gunnison River. What does Taylor Park Reservoir mean for you in a year like this?
Well, I mean, not only it fills, and it's like I said, it's our savings account, but we still relied on it. I mean, every day we look at the inflows into what they call the Aspinall unit, which is all the tributaries that are coming into Blue Mesa Reservoir. And if they do not total up to 1,250 CFS, then every drop we take through the tunnel that we're short has to come out of our Taylor Park pool. So it's our savings account, and we try to carry that over for a 2-year period at a minimum. But we do have the first fill on Taylor Park, which means we have the first right to fill that reservoir and use that water. It's not a very super senior right, but it is senior enough to really help us out in times of shortage. And generally speaking, the basin will yield enough water for that first fill for us. We've never been threatened by that. There are a couple of years when we did have a really poor hydrology, mid-2000s.
Like that?
Like that.
Okay.
Where we would drain Taylor Park pretty quickly, and then it gets us back into, as Bob had mentioned, the administration and the need to place a call. So we would have to call out junior water users above us so we could exercise our right to that 1,250 CFS through the tunnel for our irrigation purposes. So reservoir storage does two things. It helps boost up our flows, and it's just an added insurance policy. It makes our system work so much more efficiently. Mike will discuss, Ridgeway operations. We do hold some water in there as well, but it takes a lot of finagling and fine tuning of water. We deal with diurnals and return flows, and having the flexibility of making reservoir releases when we need them is critical to our operation. It really is the key to our success.
So in a year like this year, I keep track of the accounting of what's going on. I manage the books, and the natural flow in the Gunnison River stayed up all the way into August.
Yes, so this year we didn't utilize a whole lot of our Taylor Park pool. I think we drew it down to about 70,000 acre feet.
However, in a year like what I've got up on the screen here, I think you started using water. You started using storage water, I think, right off the bat.
Yes.
And that's the thing where, I guess we use the word resiliency, or that's when these storage buckets are really doing the job they were intended to do. Is in a bad year, that's your insurance policy.
And if you look at the two basins in the Gunnison, we have the Gunnison Basin and then the Uncompahgre. There's a different size there. The Uncompahgre is a much smaller basin. It doesn't provide a great deal of, in a very dry year, it doesn't provide a great deal of stream flow to the Uncompahgre River, and we're heavily reliant on that influx of water through the Gunnison and having that excess water in Taylor Park to be able to supplement our flows.
So what are some of the challenges then with respect to your storage? Who is managing operations at Taylor Park Reservoir?
So Uncompahgre Valley, we operate the Taylor Park Reservoir under a contract with the Bureau of Reclamation, and we are also a member of what they call the Four Parties Group. We meet every year with the Bureau of Reclamation, the Colorado River District, the Upper Gunnison folks, and we come up with a plan on how forecasting what the inflows of the reservoir are and how the operations will be implemented for that particular year based on hydrology. We meet 3 or 4 times a year to address these issues as the change. As far as Ridgeway, I mean, same thing. We monitor the inflows of that, and whatever pool we're allocated, we control roughly 22,000 acre feet of Ridgeway Reservoir, so that we have to figure out what the inflows are, what the climate is going to look like over the next few months, and how we can best utilize that water, adding it to our direct flow rights to maximize the beneficial use for our producers.
So the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, they are the single largest water user on the western slope. And so, I mean, they are the big dogs in the valley. That, you know, the valley is agriculture. That's the economic engine in this valley. And the irrigation system is part of that engine. And as far as operations go on the Uncompahgre River, what we've seen over the last 10 years is about half of those years you've needed to place a call with the Montrose and Delta Canal. So they have 7 canal head gates on the Uncompahgre River. The most upstream one would be the Montrose and Delta Canal, and it's looking upstream to Ouray County. And when they place a call, because they're short of natural flow, that has a rippling effect throughout the whole county. And maybe you can talk about what are your decisions that you use to place that call?
Well, we look at our demand downstream, what type of demand we have on our canals. You know, I guess one of the keys in order to place a call is you have to be able to dry up the river and put that water to a beneficial use. And so Bob makes sure that we are actually drying up the Uncompahgre River in Olathe at one of our diversion points for the East Canal to ensure that we can legally place a call to call someone out. I think outside of water administration, the key, you know, that we use is our water storage in Ridgeway. That's where we really try to forecast what our demands are going to be, what type of weather conditions we're going to have, and how we can best utilize that water in our savings account. One of the other key components, and Mike will speak to this in a moment, that we deliver water to several municipal providers. We operate the Gunnison Tunnel throughout the winter on an interim basis to keep Fairview Reservoir full. And then that provides a domestic supply for Project 7, which encompasses all the municipal providers from basically Ridgeway to Delta. So we do get an exchange of water back into Ridgeway, and how we manage that, it's a balancing game of what the inflows are, what we're forecasting for our demands, and how to best utilize that limited resource. You know, again, we throw around numbers like 22,000, 25,000 acre feet, 106 in Taylor Park. It sounds like a lot of water, but it does not go very far when you're trying to put it on 84,000 acres of farm ground.
So prior to, now, Ridgeway Reservoir came online in 87, is that correct?
Constructed in 87,
Okay.
Built in 1990. Can everybody hear me?
Built in 1990. So
Right.
prior to that, I mean, you didn't have that storage. You didn't have the benefit of a storage bucket on the Uncompahgre River. So that's how big of a difference has that made in managing your system?
It's huge in the sense that, you know, it allows us to capture some of the diurnal flows. You know, the snowpack melts during the day. By the time that runoff hits the river, it's usually in the middle of the evening. So anytime we can have a reservoir on channel, it'll help slow that down, and then we can meter that water out at a controlled and measured amount.
Otherwise, it ends up in Lake Powell.
Or else we're chasing it, and that's one of the biggest challenges that we face, even with the limited reservoir storage we have, is our ability to address the diurnal flows. And I mean, in a perfect world, I would have a small reservoir somewhere mid-system that we could just take that bounce out of the creek and store it in there for a short period of time, and then re-regulate it out to the river as needed to keep a nice steady flow in the river.
Do you see that actually happening in the near future?
It's tough in the near future. It's definitely on the top of our wish list.
That's the top of the wish list, okay. All right, we probably should move on. Mike, same questions. I mean, you've got a reservoir that, I mean, in terms of what Taylor Park is, it's not quite as big, but it's very valuable. There's a lot of competing uses. What are some of the challenges of maintaining and operating this reservoir?
Sure, thanks, Bob. First, to give you a little background on Ridgeway. It was built by the Bureau of Reclamation as part of the Dallas Creek project, which was bigger than just Ridgeway Dam and Reservoir. Ridgeway was one component of the Dallas Creek project, and there are many other components that we continue to maintain diligence on conditional decree, several other reservoirs, and some enlargements of those particular components of the Dallas Creek project. It's about 85,000 acre feet, and we utilize or have allocated to us approximately half of the water in Ridgeway. 11,200 acre feet are a contract pool that is controlled and purchased by the Uncompahgre Valley water users. And then we have a 28,100 acre foot pool of M&I water that we don't utilize today, but is part of the water supply to 6 different domestic suppliers in the valley.
Okay, acronym alert. M&I means municipal and industrial.
Sorry.
Yes.
Been in the water business too long.
Yep.
Yeah, municipal industrial use, which is your drinking water. There are 6 entities in this valley that drink water that they have a right to in Ridgeway. It's a tri-county water right, but these folks are our partners, and we are repaying the federal government for a portion of the construction of that project. So, as Steve mentioned, we don't drink any of the water in Ridgeway Reservoir yet, but that's about to change. In the next couple of years, there's going to be a water treatment plant built on the Uncompahgre River, and the supply for that water treatment plant is going to come out of Ridgeway Reservoir. So today we exchange a portion of that M&I pool, about 10,000 acre feet, to a delivery that the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users makes to the Project 7 water treatment plant, which is our regional water treatment authority. They're a contractor basically with 6 customers, 6 domestic supplier customers, and we exchange the water that they deliver out of the Gunnison today to Ridgeway Reservoir, and Ridgeway then supplies a contract pool of about 11,000 acre feet, and then an exchange pool today at about 10,000 acre feet. So they have the right to use about 22,000 acre feet of water. And we work with the water users to manage that. The timing is very important, when that water is delivered and how it's delivered and what quantities it's delivered. And you know, see the Uncompahgre Valley Waters, Tri-County does, sees the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users as a sister agency, because we have a lot of contracts with them and we do a lot of work together.
How about the, I mean, there's a lot of other things integrated in here too. Ridgeway Park is, State Park is the 2nd most visited park in the state of Colorado. How does that affect operations? How does that affect what we see in storage-wise in Ridgeway Reservoir?
So the runoff dictates the fill of Ridgeway. Some years it's early, some years it's on average, some years it's late. And depending on when that happens and when the water users want to call their storage out of that reservoir, that will affect the levels of the reservoir. Our target traditionally has been to try and fill that reservoir by July 4th. And
so when people are driving along the highway and they look over and they see there's no water in the reservoir, why? How come there's no water in there, Mike?
Well, like I say, they have 20,000 acre feet of water that they can use, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, and they can use it at any time of the year. So traditionally in June, that reservoir is fairly full. Then we start to use the storage after it fills. Typically when the runoff tails off and demand in the Uncompahgre Valley is at its highest, they call as much water as they need out of Ridgeway to supplement their supplies out of the Gunnison Tunnel, out of the Gunnison River. So that lake is actually pretty shallow at the upper end. 1,000 acre-feet of water out of that lake may expose 10, 12, 15 feet of shoreline, in a horizontal position. So the lake looks like it's emptier than it is.
Yes.
Today it's 75% full, and if you went up there and looked at it, you'd probably never guess that. But most of the volume of that lake is in the lower half, so that's why it happens like that or looks like that.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, I mean, our Division of Water Resources, we also work closely with Uncompahgre Valley water users and Tri-County in managing those accounts that are coming out of that reservoir and the natural flow that's going through it. It's transparent. We have a spreadsheet on our website. If you really are a nerd and like to look at spreadsheets, there's one you can play with. So how about other things like fishies?
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the recreation component. There is a recreation component. It's a very important recreation area to the state of Colorado. And we try to manage that reservoir as full as we can keep it, as long as we can keep it full. And that makes the boaters happy, and that makes the campers happy, and it improves everybody's quality and an experience up there.
So I put the spillway and fish screen slide up there for you
Okay.
just now.
Well, I talked about that. 10 or so years ago, they discovered that there were smallmouth bass illegally introduced into the reservoir. They're a thriving fish in this particular reservoir. There's a lot of them. They're doing very well. So for 2012 through 2020, about 2020, we were managing that reservoir to fill and not spill, which can be a challenge when you don't know how much water is coming at you or when it's coming at you. And so we did manage, and we did succeed in not spilling that reservoir for 10 years. Reclamation went in 2020, I believe, and started the construction of a screen, and it's a fixed screen around the emergency spillway to basically stop these fish or keep these fish from escapement. And that screen was, I think, finished in 2022. We put the first water on it this year because we had a better water year. It worked perfectly as far as I can tell. And it gives us a little more flexibility going into the future in trying to fill this reservoir and maybe potentially spill a little water and keep it as full as we can, as long as we can. So,
Mike, what's the issue? What's the issue with keeping the fish in there?
The issue is smallmouth bass love to eat endangered fish for lunch. And these fish, like I say, are carnivores, and they could get down into the endangered or the critical habitat of the endangered fish in the lower Gunnison River, which is essentially about from the confluence of the Uncompahgre and the Gunnison Rivers down to the confluence of the Colorado with the Gunnison. So
for those of you who aren't aware, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, that there are, for those of you who aren't aware, there are 4 endangered species in native species in the lower Gunnison that U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they have a program. It's called the Upper Colorado Endangered Fish Recovery Program. And that fish screen is because of that program and those 4 endangered fish. So yes, they don't want smallmouth bass making their way down into the lower Gunnison, which they would probably thrive better than in the reservoir. And yeah.
Possibly. I don't know much about fish.
It's warmer down there than it is up in Ridgeway.
True.
Mike, who owns the reservoir?
Well, Reclamation built it and own it. We operate and maintain it by contract with Reclamation. And they are a partner of ours, and we work with them all the time in managing the operations at Ridgeway. And they do inspect the structure and all of its components on an annual basis at least. And they are a big partner of Tri-Counties for a long time.
Mike, what about hydropower?
We did in 2014 complete the construction of a hydropower plant at Ridgeway. Its total capacity is about 8 megawatts. We have a small unit and a large unit. The large unit's 7.2, the small unit's about 0.8 or 800 kilowatt unit. And traditionally, we've operated those two generators to complement seasonal flows. So we'll typically operate the biggest unit in the summertime when Uncompahgre is calling their irrigation water out of Ridgeway. And then in the summertime, in the wintertime, we will operate or turn on the smaller generator to use the minimum stream flows that we're required to put down the Uncompahgre River by contract, and when I say that, it's by a requirement of the environmental impact statement that was written back in the 1970s. So, and at times when we have a lot of water, like this year, we might be operating both those turbines at the same time. And we had a pretty successful year this year in producing hydropower at Ridgeway. Not so true in 2018.
Who buys that hydropower?
It's a long story, but the city of Aspen came to us back in 2003, and they wanted to build a hydropower plant at Ridgeway, and they wanted to buy all the power. In 2012, we wrote 2 power purchase agreements, one with the city of Aspen and the other with Tri-State Generation and Transmission. And for the last 10 years, they have been the 2 buyers of our power. Aspen in the winter, Tri-State in the summer. Just this summer, we signed a contract with Aspen to buy all the power. So we have a sort of a 2-part purchase contract with Aspen for the next 10 years. And that whole thing will end in, I think, April of 2034. So it's going to be a while yet.
Has a hydropower plant made money? Was it a good investment for Tri-County?
Well, it's been a great investment. Even though we haven't had the best of water years in the last 10 years, about 5 of them have been adequate or better than adequate, and we have been able to pay ourselves back for our investment in that plant. We've been successful in making all the payments to the financiers for this project, which was the CWCB, Colorado Water Conservation Board, and the Colorado Water Power Development Authority. So we're well on our way to paying the project back. We're 10 years into a 30-year program to pay it back, and in 30 years, it will be a huge asset for the Tri-County Water Conservancy District.
Mike, I'm going to come back to you, but while we're on the subject of hydropower, I want to ask Steve, do you guys do any hydropower?
Yes, we actually have 5 power plants on our canal system. 2 of them were in partnership with Delta Montrose Electric Association, and 2 of them were in partnership with Sorensen Engineering, and one Uncompahgre Valley owns outright. We started putting them in right around 2011, I believe. And right now, we have a power plant that's under construction at the base of Taylor Park Reservoir. We're partnered with Gunnison County Electric up there. It's going to be a smaller 500 megawatt or kilowatt plant. The big limiting factor, the interesting part about Taylor Park is when it was constructed in 1937, they'd contemplated hydropower as a major component of the dam, and that's actually how they designed it. It only took 90 some odd years to make that come to fruition. One of the limiting factors is the ability to get the power from the generator out into the grid. So now that we've gotten that far and we're set up for any kind of future growth and demands that they may have.
And the other interesting note is the Gunnison Tunnel was completed in 1909, and the water rights associated with that contain hydroelectric power generation as a use. And it only took 100 years to get the first plant online, right?
Right around
And now
there,
you
yes.
have 5.
Yes.
Okay, so as you can see, Ridgeway Reservoir, there is a lot of moving parts and pieces, and Tri-County they're the ones driving this Ferrari. And Mike, how long have you been with Tri-County?
Coming on 30 years.
Okay, just maybe. So here's another complex project, and that's the Paonia Reservoir and the Paonia Project. It's a smallish reservoir. It's decreed for 18,000 acre feet. How much does it hold today, Steve Fletcher?
Well, like Bob said, it was when it was originally built.
Steve,
it was actually,
pull your mic up. Thank you.
There's a wire here. Okay, can you hear me now? Like Bob said, when it was first built in 1962, it actually held 20,950 feet, of which the 18,000 was active water in it. At this time now, we only hold 15,000 acre feet total. There's no dead pool or anything like that in it. The dead pool is completely full of sediment.
Why is that?
So the reservoir was built on Muddy Creek, and unfortunately, Muddy Creek lives up to its name. As you can see here on this slide here, the reservoir is built about a mile upstream of the confluence with the Anthracite Creek and Muddy Creek, and then the two of those together form the North Fork of the Gunnison River. So year-round.
Can you all see those 2 flavors of water right there? Is it showing up? Okay. This colored water is coming out from the outlet of the dam at Paonia Reservoir. This nice clear stream is coming out of the mountains headed up toward Kebler Pass, toward Crested Butte.
And it'll run about this, look like that pretty near year-round. Even when we're like right now, you can see the mud coming out. Even though only releasing probably, I'm going to say 20 CFS out of the reservoir, maybe a little more than that. The anthracites, got a little more than that. But we always run muddy water out of it. Like I say, Muddy Creek definitely lived up to its name. And we paid for it. We've taken on 5,950 acre feet of sediment since it was built. So which basically is loss of, that much acre feet that we would have had, to use. The reservoir is a very vital component to the Fire Mountain Canal, which is all part of the same system called the Paonia Project. The reservoir, Paonia Reservoir, is all irrigation water, and it's all for the Fire Mountain Canal. Bob talked about the prior appropriation. The North Fork is very heavily over-appropriated and has been for many years. So I'm going to say probably the end of June, first part of July, after the runoff, we go down to where the senior water rights above us are calling for the water. I'm going to say probably, what, Bob, 8 out of 10 years the North Fork goes on call, at least, maybe 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. So that's a good point. So in the whole Gunnison Basin, the Upper Gunnison is unique, the Uncompahgre is unique, the North Fork is unique. There is never a year in which the North Fork has enough water to satisfy all of the water rights for the whole season. It goes on call every single year above the town of Hotchkiss. There are 3 places where the river actually gets completely swept, and then it gets recharged by return flows from irrigation of land. And I put this picture up for you, Steve.
Is swept another word for dried up?
Thank you. It's dried up. They take all the water out of the river, and it's used primarily for irrigation. Again, Steve, I got that one slide of the whole project up here for you. You can see the purple line. That's the Fire Mountain Canal. Thank you. I'm going to pull this out of here. Pardon me. The Fire Mountain Canal runs parallel with the North Fork. I put the town of Hotchkiss here and the town of Paonia here for reference. But between the town of Hotchkiss and the Fire Mountain Canal, yes, there are ditches that pull all of the water out of the river, and return flows actually come back to the river and recharge it. And the project also includes the LaRue Creek Water Users Association. There's about 32 smaller reservoirs up here, and there's about 15,000 acres in this gray shaded area that's all connected to the Paonia project. And I'm sorry for jumping in there like that, but
No problem.
I wanted to explain the slide to our audience.
Right, so when the river does go on call, we have to rely on Paonia Reservoir. By the end of the summer, we're practically pulling 100% stored water into the Fire Mountain Canal. The diversion is on the North Fork, just below the town of Somerset. It's probably about 7 miles below the dam itself. And when the call goes on, we start pulling stored water at that point to keep us whole. The Fire Mountain Canal itself pulls about 185 CFS. This past year, we were actually fortunate that by the end of the year, we weren't pulling that full 175 feet into the canal. We actually still had some natural water that one of our very senior decrees, it wasn't very much, I think about 20 CFS, but so we rely on that water to get us through the summer. If it weren't for it, irrigation in the North Fork Valley would be practically done by the first part of July. We'd be, dried up by then. That was back, years ago. That's the reason they wanted to build the reservoir. And so Fire Mountain Canal is the one that built the reservoir. Again, it's a Bureau Reclamation project. When the conservancies were being formed, the North Fork Water Conservancy was formed basically to be able to contract with the U.S. government to build the reservoir. So like I say, it's a reclamation reservoir. It's owned, operated and maintained by the North Fork Water Conservancy. Actually, it's operated and maintained by the Fire Mountain Canal under contract to the North Fork Water Conservancy. So the Conservancy is basically paying back the loan that built the reservoir. They contracted with the Fire Mountain Canal to do the operation and maintenance on it.
Steve, I want to come back to you in a second. I'll go to the other Steve. If I said the word to you, we're on percentages today, what does that mean?
So every year we look at our snowpack and we look at our available storage and try to develop, an idea of how long this water is going to last us. And as we get started in the season, things change. A couple of years ago we had a phenomenal snowpack. We had very little soil moisture, and we didn't experience a great runoff. Anytime that any one of those conditions hits us, that we need to go on percentages, which basically means that we do not have enough water to satisfy 100% of our shareholders' needs. So we go to an allocation. We start telling them, we're going to give you 80%, 70%. I believe in 2002, they started out the season at 50% of an allocation, and they never came off that. So whenever we get into those percentages, if there's any producers out there, they know they have to make some difficult decisions. Do I fallow some fields? What do I not do? Because you just physically do not have enough water to get across all of your ground. So those are one of the challenges that, in water management, that additional storage, and I look at storage in two components. You have storage for the saving and later use, and then you have short-term or re-regulating storage, which allows you to, attenuate these rainstorms or runoff conditions and catch some of that and take the bounce out of the creek and then meter it out so you're operating in a more efficient manner. It's not storage that may hold water every day or for every year, but it's used intermittently to flatten out the bounce in the creek. And it really is key to successful operations when you have poor hydrology.
Steve Fletcher, do you ever go on percentages in your area?
No, and that's the difference. The Uncompahgre Valley is more of a row crop. So it's year by year plantings that so you got the advantage to let land go idle during the short times. Up in the North Fork Valley, you don't see any row crops up there. We're mainly orchards. We do have a little bit of hay ground and pasture ground, which you can be a little deficit on it. But the orchards, they require water every year. You can't let them sit idle for a year, or you lose your orchard. The main crops up there are apples, peaches, and cherries, and then we got a lot of vineyards, which is the same way. They're a year by year crop. You don't replant them every year. So we basically use our water all the time. We don't have the advantage of going on percentage.
And how critical is storage in the reservoir to satisfying those orchard needs in September, October?
Very critical, and that's because and even into, September, October, it's very critical to get that late watering on the orchards, because the harvest comes in, end of August, first part of September, and you want to be able to water, one more time after that. Last several years, have been drought years, and there's been several years we haven't made it into September. This year we actually made it into the very end of September. Last year was Labor Day weekend we were shutting down. 2 years prior to that, one was August 4th and the other one was August 14th. So a lot of the growers and producers up there have, to help themselves out, have started creating their own ponds on their own place that they can actually store some water for that very last irrigating that they need to get into the winter.
So the slide I've got up on the screen right now shows the siltation of the outlet structure.
Right.
Now there's a challenge.
So that the slide on your, I guess, looking at it be on your left, that's the intake tower in construction. It's 60 feet tall. When the dam was built back in 1962, that's what it looked like. The slide on the other side there is what it looks like today, or maybe even a little higher than that. That slide was actually back in 2014 when they took that slide. That's at least 60 feet of sediment that we've taken on, on the reservoir.
And interestingly enough, I read some of the documents, the design documents for that reservoir, and the engineers at the time from Reclamation predicted that this would happen in 50 years, and by golly, they nailed it. I don't know how they did that.
Right on, yeah.
But so what can Fire Mountain Canal and Reservoir Company and the North Fork Water Conservancy District do to kind of offset, what's happening at the reservoir?
Well, we're looking at ways to try to get rid of some of the sediment. We do try solution. Unfortunately, that tower you see, both, especially the one with the sediment around it, it's more out in the reservoir, so you can't get to it to clean that trash rack that's around it. And so when you get down to low flows, you get all the trash, a lot of the waterlogged trash that's in the sediment already, and it plugs that trash rack up in no time at all. That picture there that, we drained the reservoir to look at it, and we actually drained it a couple years later to do some repair work on that tower. That trash rack wouldn't stay open 12 hours. By the end of the day, we'd clean it last thing of the day, and the next morning it'd be up a little over halfway, completely trashed off. And that was with just 15 to 20 CFS of water in it. So if you tried running, 100 whatever's coming in, the muddy, to try to sluice some of that out, you would the trash would take over the trash rack in no time at all, and we have no way of getting out to clean it once it does that.
So what's the answer? You have to keep water in it? Is that?
Yeah, I got to keep a pool of water above it. usually about 15 feet above the tower, water above it. That kind of gives it a settling, so it's not pulling water real heavy into the intake tower to pull that trash and to release it. So all you're really getting is just the fine sediment that's still suspended in the water. The other problem that this is causing is now we're starting to develop a dish around the tower, and we're getting basically a dike out more into the reservoir where all the heavier sedimentation is deposited up there. So we're looking at ways now to maybe try to start doing some solution. But unfortunately, we've got all kinds of, I'm going to say, government red tape to go through in order to get this process done. The reservoir's in a kind of a canyon itself, so what do you do with the sediment once you get it out? A lot of questions that have been asked over the years on how to deal with this sediment, but we're working on a way right now to try to sluice it on down the river, because it's there at that point now. I mean, we're up to the top where it's going to come through. But we can only do that during the spring runoff, only allowed to basically dredge what's coming in, the amount of sediment coming in. We have to measure it going back out, and just live by those standards. Is what's coming in, we take out.
Steve, why don't you just back up a whole bunch of dump trucks right next to the reservoir and fill them up?
Well, it'd be nice, but the price of diesel right now, it's just, unfortunately, agriculture won't support that kind of funding to do that. There's been a lot of talk of doing it, but the other thing is, you start basically mining the reservoir right now. It's all the permitting you got to go through to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. We've got a couple more systems to talk about. Our panelist for representing the Bostwick Park Water Conservancy District and Cimarron Canal and Reservoir Company is unfortunately not on the end of this table, but I can, if you don't mind, I can speak briefly.
Sure, briefly.
Briefly? I can't do anything briefly, but so yeah, what is this reservoir for? Everybody, this is a wonderful place to go up and camp, and why does it look like that over there? Why is it empty every year? Well, the reservoir is 100% irrigation. There's a small pool in there that's left for fish and rec purposes, and another small pool is used to put water in the Cimarron River during a very hot summer when they need to get the temperatures down for the fish in the river to support the life of the fish in the river. But this water all goes and gets diverted out into the Cimarron Canal. And so the Cimarron Canal was originally constructed to bring water over here into the Uncompahgre Valley, but with the completion of the Gunnison Tunnel and the Uncompahgre Valley project, that water is now taken and has been for decades over into Bostwick Park. And it's used for hundreds and hundreds of acres of hay grass, hay production. It also was used to bring water to the Montrose water treatment plant back in the day. So some of that water gets diverted into Cerro Reservoir, which is at the top of Cerro Summit. Are there any other parts and pieces we should talk about?
What was the name of the little pond that he was trying to rehab?
Oh, the Fish Lake?
Fish Lake.
Yeah, so they do actually have a couple other small reservoirs about 15 miles off the highway if you take the Cimarron Road before you get to the Forest Service, a couple of miles before you get to the Forest Service line and Silverjack Reservoir up in the forest on the right to the west are a couple of other small reservoirs. I would say they total to 400 acre feet, something in that range. Those are also used to supplement flows in the Cimarron River, which they pull it out of the Cimarron Canal.
And what Alan will tell you is that they've been trying for about 10 years to rehab Fish Lake Reservoir, one of those two reservoirs.
Yes.
The nasty people from the Dam Safety Control Division in Bob's office.
They're brutal.
They're brutal. And they put a restriction on that reservoir for dam safety.
Zero
purposes.
storage.
They're not allowed to store it until they rehab it and make it safer, so if it breaches, it doesn't flood somebody. They have been working with the Forest Service for 10 years to try to get the appropriate permits and everything else just to rehab this reservoir that already exists but can't hold water now. And it's a good thing Alan's not here, because he would probably be saying some swear words about the federal government and the red tape that he's had to go through. In fact, we heard some swear words, I
Yes,
think,
we
at
did.
the time
But
we were doing
they
it.
eventually they did get the ball over the goal line.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're now in the process of rehabbing.
In the year 2023, yes, it's
good.
it's rehabbed.
All right, good.
But it started 20 years ago, I want to think, in one little reservoir. It took 20 years to get the dam fixed. That's the kind of stuff that happens, and that's a great segue. Actually, let's finish with the Grand Mesa. We got a lot to talk about there. Okay. This is a kind of a very busy slide, but what I want to point out is on the Grand Mesa, rather than one big, large bucket, there's 108 small ones, and they're very, very important to the irrigation of hundreds and hundreds of acres of apples, peaches, and cherries and vineyards down below near Cedar Edge. This is Cedar Edge here. These creek systems, I color-coded these reservoirs to show you that they're kind of all used as a group, and these black ones represent what they call a control reservoir. So they'll drain the upper ones into the black ones, and then they'll measure that storage water out into the creek, and we keep track of how much natural flow is in the creeks and how much storage water is in the creeks, and the water commissioners separate that out down in the ditches down below. So I guess with that little tee up there,
okay.
Why don't you take it away?
Sure. So the Delta County Tourism Board will tell you that there are 300 lakes on top of a Grand Mesa. That's not exactly accurate. There are 300 water storage facilities on top of Grand Mesa. About 180 of those are reservoirs, though, and not lakes. Some of those reservoirs are actually built on natural lakes. In fact, many of them are. They found a little depression where the snow melt was catching in a lake, and the water might be running out through a little channel. They went in and built a dam in the channel to actually raise the water level, make the lake bigger. That gives them a natural lake with a reservoir on top of it, and they can then file in the water court for the storage amount of that reservoir on top of the natural lake. There are about 180 of those reservoirs on Grand Mesa. Couple of unique things about those reservoirs. One is that they are operated as a group, and so if you're over on the Surface Creek side of the drainage, and you might have shares in Leon Lake Reservoir, Ditch and Reservoir Company, and you order water to be delivered to your head gate, you're a farmer down below on Surface Creek, that molecule of water probably does not come out of Leon Lake. It probably comes out of Ward Creek Reservoir or Bostwick or something, not Bostwick, Battlement or something, and then released down Surface Creek to you. They can then better manage the entire system up there. So, for example, if there is a reservoir that the nasty dam safety people have said needs to be rehabbed, they can release all the water of that reservoir in any particular year and then spend another couple of years rehabbing it, and the other reservoirs take up the slack. And so the people that have shares in that reservoir that needs rehabbed are not out of water. They just get their physical water from another source. So they treat that entire system up there as one big bucket. So that's kind of a unique thing. The second unique thing is that almost all of these reservoirs are privately owned, as opposed to the reservoir these guys have been talking about that are owned by the Bureau or owned by the federal government, managed by the Bureau. Almost all of the reservoirs in Grand Mesa are privately owned by ditch companies or private farmers or municipalities.
Are they on private property?
Most of them are not. Most of them are on Grand Mesa, in the Grand Mesa National Forest. And so that creates some issues because you have a private property right to operate and maintain your reservoir. At the same time, the Forest Service has some rights to make sure that you don't impact the forest in what you do. So that creates some issues. But the advantage to having a private reservoir is that no one else can tell you when to take your water out of your reservoir. If you're if the federal government owns the water right, like they do with Taylor Park, or if the federal government operates the reservoir like they do, or not operates, but has a contract like Ridgeway, the federal government has a hand in that pie. And they can, in some ways, dictate how much water gets released, which we saw a couple of years ago when they dictated a release out of Blue Mesa Reservoir to try to get more water into Lake Powell. Unfortunately, they did it at a really bad time for the Gunnison tourist economy. And so the difference is that these reservoirs on Grand Mesa are privately owned. And so even though it's on federal land, private ownership of the reservoir and the water in the reservoir, and those farmers then are in control pretty much of their own destiny about how those reservoirs are operated.
When were those reservoirs constructed?
Most of the reservoirs on Grand Mesa were done in the late 1890s to early 1900s, almost all of them before 1912. And that's a critical date because 1912 is when the Grand Mesa National Forest was created. So if the reservoir existed before 1912, it has rights for easements and other things that existed prior to the reservation. It makes a big deal on how those things are operated.
And then we have droughts periodically. The drought in the 30s spawned another round of construction up there. Many of those reservoirs, the dams were enlarged, and now those enlargements are nearly 100 years old. And things happen. Mechanical things wear out.
One of the issues with the Grand Mesa Water Users, which operates the reservoirs, Grand Mesa Water Users is a consortium of all the little ditch companies got together and pooled their money to hire ditch riders and that kind of stuff. One of the issues they deal with is that these reservoirs are now aging, and so a lot of them need rehab, need modification, need new dams, and because they're on national forests, that means red tape, just like the Fish Lake people went through.
Mm-hmm. Here's a slide of what those reservoirs look like just after the runoff. This is about 4th of July. And this is Island Lake. Most people kind of know where Island Lake is, right off Highway 65. The visitor center is about right here. Here's a picture of what they could look at like at the end of the irrigation season. So people they're going up there to camp, and their favorite camping spot, there's no water. That's because they just drained the reservoir. All that water went down onto some apple orchards down by Cedar Edge. But it's a good time for them to do some inspections, operational maintenance on these reservoirs. This head gate handle at the top sitting on top of a dam is over 100 years old, still the same piece of steel. Here's the outlet, the slide gate. You turn this handle, and it'll open and close this rod. This rod will go up and down and open and close this slide gate. There's the outlet to the reservoir. And then this is what we call a gauge rod or a staff gauge. And so when you drive up on the top of the dam, you have a look, and you can see how much storage is left in the reservoir by basically looking at this. It's a ruler, more or less. And that's how those reservoirs are operated up there. And then it takes a lot of work moving that water all around, a lot of measuring. So now, takeaways. We're getting to the end. Challenges for new projects. We have things like public and private red tape, getting permissions to do things. Hazard classifications for dams. They go from low hazard all the way up to significant hazard or high hazard dams. That has an effect on how tight the inspections are done by the brutal dam safety engineers. Yes, nasty. In the cost of construction today, it's a lot more expensive to do anything today than it was 100 years ago. And then challenges for maintenance and rehabilitation. Funding source limitations, the cost of working in remote locations. Do you know how expensive it is to get equipment up to one of these high reservoirs to maybe line one of those outlet pipes? It's very, very expensive. And then there's this cost-benefit analysis. Well, wow, we dump all this money in the reservoir and we get 10 acre-feet. Is that worth it? So those are things that have to get balanced. I was hoping you would jump in here because we got our last topic. Can you see that up there? We have a buy and
Yeah,
repurpose.
I'm ready to jump in.
All right, there you
Here we
go.
So I'm going to talk about the cost of new construction because we have real estate people talk about comparables. When you want to appraise a house or a business or something, you look for a comparable house or a comparable business. We have a brand new reservoir that's just now almost finished construction. It's in Larimer County. It's called Chimney Hollow Reservoir. It is a reservoir that's being built by 12 municipal entities in that area, Erie, Fort Collins, Greeley, some other smaller towns got together and threw in money to build Chimney Hollow Reservoir. It will bring water from Trans Mountain from the upper reaches of the Colorado River through a tunnel and store it in Chimney Hollow. So it's just a storage reservoir. It's not taking any east slope water. It's all west slope water. When it's built, it will store and filled. It'll store 90,000 acre feet. But by contract, they can only take 30,000 acre feet every year out of it. So it's a big bucket, but they can only deplete a third of it in any particular water year. Right now, the cost of that is $670 million. Almost $750 million, $2/3 of $1 billion. And they're going to get 30,000 acre feet out of it. Do the math, it's $22,000 per acre foot. Steve, could you pay $22,000 an acre foot for either of you, Steves, for water?
Not given the current crops that we're growing.
Only marijuana can justify $22,000, and he can't provide water to marijuana users, so we're out. So that's the point, is that new construction is very, very, very expensive. Now, Chimney Hollows on the eastern slope might be more expensive than something we do on the western slope. The land prices, for one thing, would be a lot more expensive. But that's the neighborhood that we're talking probably is $20,000 to $22,000 an acre foot for new water. Not doable for agricultural, maybe doable for municipality. So then if you can't do that, what do you do? Well, there's a couple of other options. On the board up here, we talk about rehab. And we've talked about, what's the name of it again, Fish Lake?
Yeah, Fish Lake.
Fish
yes.
Lake. And they're doing a rehab project there, which will be a lot cheaper than building a new reservoir. The reservoirs in Grand Mesa do a lot of rehab work because they don't want to lose the footprint on the national forest. If you lose that, you've lost something, and so they want to keep those rehabbed. So that's a possibility. Much cheaper than new construction, much less red tape. And the third option is actually to purchase water from a reservoir that already exists. Our forebears had a lot of foresight. Back in the 1930s, 1920s, they realized that storage was going to be really important across the West. And so they had the Colorado River Storage Project Act, which built Lake Powell, Lake Mead, the Aspinall Unit, Ridgeway, Flaming Gorge, big reservoirs. That had a lot of foresight. Those reservoirs, I'll take Blue Mesa as an example. Blue Mesa is 960,000 acre feet, roughly?
Almost a million.
Almost a million acre feet. There's a lot of water in there that could be used for municipal and industrial purposes if we needed it. So if this valley were to turn into 1 million people, and now Sue's over here shaking her head like we're not going to do that, but if it turned into 1 million people, where would we get the water to support that? We're probably not going to be building new reservoirs to do that at the cost. We're going to have to rehab some existing reservoirs, or we're going to have to repurpose the existing reservoirs. And repurpose means, like Blue Mesa, instead of all that water being designated for other uses, we'd have to take some pool of that and buy it for municipal industrial use. Has that ever happened? I have 2 examples for you. In 2005, the Upper Gunnison Water Conservancy District realized that, and Kathleen Curry's out here somewhere, so she's probably going to correct my numbers, but they realized that in the Upper Gunnison Basin, above Gunnison, between Gunnison and Crested Butte, there was going to be a lot of development, but there wasn't enough water resources there to support that development. The NASTY division engineer, that wasn't you at that time, it was a different NASTY division engineer, was telling them that they needed to have augmentation water. They needed to have augmentation plans to avoid injury to downstream senior users, including Blue Mesa Reservoir, and including these guys. And so they went and bought a lake up there near Crested Butte called Meridian Lake, and they paid $750,000 in 2005 dollars. And then what they did was they repurposed that by going through water court and adding a use for augmentation to the irrigation use that already existed in Lake Meridian. And then they sold units of that augmentation water to people who wanted to drill a domestic well in the upper Gunnison Basin. It's Lake River or the below Almont. And in just 12 years, they had sold enough of those units to break even on that deal. That was a really good repurposing of Lake Meridian. The second example is just this year, Ouray County decided that they didn't know that we were going to have such a good water year. They were basing on the last 2 or 3 years where there had been a call placed by the M&D Canal every year for the last 2 or 3 years, 20, 21, 22. And Ouray County said, if we can avoid that call, that will help the water users in Ouray County stay online and continue to irrigate the hay fields and keep their fields green. And so they cut a deal with the water users that if the water users were allowed 3,000 acre feet more water in Ridgway Reservoir, the water users would agree not to call on the Uncompahgre River for that year. That's a wonderful agreement. It's called the no-call agreement. It's pretty unique, but it's a wonderful thing. It was a win-win for everybody. The win for the water users was they got 3,000 more acre feet in the river. The win for Ouray County was there's no call on the M&D Canal. So Ouray County went to the Bureau, which had excess water available in Ridgway Reservoir, and they paid $5 an acre foot for 3,000 acre feet of water in Ridgway Reservoir. That then triggered the no-call agreement, and so Steve here couldn't be a nasty guy and go make a call on the river, and it left that water in the upper, in Ouray County, in the upper Uncompahgre, and it gave Steve 3,000 more acre feet this year that he could use that he didn't have. That was a really good buy, I think. Now, it turned out that 2023 might not have been placing a call anyway, but we didn't know that when they cut the deal last fall. I'm done.
Did these guys, did they do an awesome job?
So Steve has another thought he wants to share with you.
In closing, we've okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be very quick. And we've shown you a lot of photos here of some pretty magnificent reservoirs, and I think if you looked at the state in general, Gunnison Basin is pretty blessed. We have some great storage, but our largest storage system in the state of Colorado is our snowpack, and it is woefully underperforming. And I think that's where the creative solutions as far as putting in small strategic infrastructure to better manage that, these precipitation events, I don't think we're getting less annual precipitation, it just may be coming in different forms. And so having that opportunity to quickly store that water for short-term periods or year or two, I mean, it's the key to, being able to build some resiliency in our system. And secondly, as Bob had mentioned at the very beginning, the state's placed a huge emphasis on storage and it's part of the water plan. It really focuses on new storage, and there's not enough emphasis on the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure, which is really key given the financial constraints of building a large new storage facility. So just a...
You get the final. I get the final.
First of all, the collective knowledge that we have on this panel should make you feel really comfortable that that our water is in good hands. And I don't know about you, but I've learned more about water storage in an hour than I would have ever in my lifetime. I want to thank you all for participating and narrowing it down. And I'm guessing we have some questions. Does anybody have any questions? Come on up to the microphone if you do. I guess I have a question. How come we're selling power to Aspen? No.
Well,
Sorry.
they're the ones that came and signed the contract. It was an arrangement or an agreement that offered more than the market price for power at the time. And so it allowed us actually to get the generators online.
Mm-hmm.
and no one else was willing to pay as much as they were, and they came into the boardroom as an effective partner in the project, and they were looking for green power.
Okay, I'm not dissing Aspen. I just wondered why we wouldn't have it. And then the other question I have, and then I want to encourage you, if you don't want to come up and ask your question, but as these guys are finishing up, why is it so, first of all, diurnal flows, I don't think we got a full example of what that was, and then why is it so important to have that midpoint reservoir that you spoke about, Steve, if you wouldn't mind?
So, as Bob mentioned in his diagram, and Aaron a little bit on, there's a tributary stream that comes in on the Uncompahgre. It's called Cow Creek, and it comes in just below Ridgeway Reservoir. And again, as we mentioned earlier, during the runoff period, hot days, snow starts to melt, cools back. Well, then you get this big surge of water coming down. Usually it's in the middle of the night. And so as that pulse of water comes down the system, if our head gates aren't set to collect it all, and two things run. We run our head gate full, and you leave it open, and this big surge of water comes down, you risk losing your canal. There's a number of things. And so this water has to, we can't control it. It's just like an avalanche of water coming through. It flows over the head gates. We send it on down the river, and we just don't get the benefit of using it. That's where an open bucket, that we could filter things through, meter it out, and let that small reservoir work as an attenuation pool would really benefit it to where we would have consistent flows throughout the river.
Well, thanks for that explanation. If you live here, you really need to understand this. If you have irrigation water, this is really important for you to know. And it is really important for us to know that we have the right people in the leadership positions. And I just want to thank all of you for your role. And even particularly, Steve Pope is on the drought task force. He's at every meeting I go to, Steve is there. Or maybe every meeting you're at, I happen to be there, but I don't know. But we need people that are fighting for that, our water here on the western slope, and making sure that we have capacity and making sure that we have the right resources so we can continue to farm and ranch and grow crops here. So I just want to close by saying thank you. You didn't talk too much. You did fine. Yeah. Yeah, and then Aaron jumped in to try to control you. I saw that dynamic. But these guys have been a blast to work with. It's really, I don't know about you, but comforting to me that I know that they're keeping an eye on our water. Give them another round of applause, and then we'll close out for the day. Thank you, guys. And so I thank you for hanging in there. I know we tried to condense the day and shorten it a little bit, but we really appreciate you joining us. We appreciate that you're continual learners and you want to learn more. Please accost these guys on the way out if you have any questions. Take some more swag. And thank you to Club 20 for sticking around. And if you want to know anything more about Club 20, we're happy to let you know that. Thank you on behalf of Montrose County, the water users, and Tri-County Water, the sponsors. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.